Isn't it great to be alive and in living colour on a Sunday night where Overwatch is about to be played? 10 teams are going to be facing off in a single elimination tournament. That's right, every game's going to be played today, and every game has major stakes because if you lose just one game, it's bye bye, it's gonzo. It's all on the line tonight. My name is Gio. I'll be casting for you today alongside my wonderful friend and Chris. How are we feeling about today's tournament?
Well, hello there, Gio. It has been a while since we last casted. Like, it feels like an eternity, and now finally we have the chance to hop into the virtual caster booth here in this Semper Community Showdown. That is how this tournament is called, and I'm very excited. I've seen some names already of the teams, many that you will definitely recognize, and I'm sure there's going to be some absolutely talented special players among them. So, well, I can't wait.
Yeah, I mean, there's names you'll recognize. Hypnos are in here. You've got Quick Academy. You've got Peps Academy, and Alternate Pytel. I also know of. There's a lot of teams I don't know a lot about, and that's really exciting as well. But what these teams have in common is what they're playing for today. First of all, first place will get €50, but also they will get 50,000 FACEIT points. Second place will get 30,000, and third and fourth will get 10,000 apiece. So 100,000 points in total to play for today. But of course, there's also the ego aspect, right? It's not just about the points, not just about the money, it's about just being better than the other team. And that's what I want to see today. I want to see a team just completely prove themselves against all other opponents.
Yes, sir. So it's about everything here, right? You have a very stacked prize pool, if I may say, in this one-shot tournament. You have said it. It's could be a quick one for some teams, as this is a single elimination, and it's just set out for this Sunday. So it's only gonna last for a few hours, where we just have some action in here. And well, what was it? The first four teams, right? Get some prize money and some
Hmm.
face it points. So of course, hey, these players in this scene definitely know each other, and even if not, well, there's gonna be some new rivalries forged today, and well, one of these rivalries, the first one we're gonna witness today, is Team Bingus versus Pranksters. We have already been joking about this stipulation to be something like a tongue twister for some of us. Team Bingus, I think, is also kind of famous. Isn't that the team that? God dang it! What was the name of the manager? Well, that's painful. But I definitely know the manager.
Yeah, Bingus versus Pranksters. I don't know why I was tripping over just saying that sentence before we went live. Bingus versus Pranksters. Bingus versus Pranksters. Ah, see, I messed it up. See, this is going to be fun. We're at the start of today's tournament and casting all the games that we can today, and I'm already tripping over my words, which is funny because I'm the only person in production who is the only English speaking only that's the only language I speak, and I'm messing it up. So I think I need to go back to school. Unfortunately, I don't know very much German. I can throw you a Guten Tag, I can throw you hello, and that is where I should end before I get made fun of.
I mean, yeah, German is a hard language, anyways. And well, the teams today though are not entirely German speaking either. This tournament is made for pretty much whole Europe, but also the whole world if you can play on ping. That is.
Hmm.
But we're gonna have more European teams here, obviously. So we're gonna cast this today in English. But even if you know, you know what? Is there something interesting that you can say in Scott? Is there something?
In Scottish.
Yeah.
Um, I could try. I mean, I don't know. I always do my best to be as understandable as possible. To be fair, you know what? Ever since I started casting, this is a complete tangent, by the way. I developed more of a broadcasty voice. So people in Scotland are like, "Oh, where in America are you from?" And it insults me
For
every
real.
time. It's like it's a dagger to the heart. It's like, what do you mean America? I've lived here my whole life. I'm Scottish. I'm a real Scottish boy. Stop saying I'm American. You know, it hurts. It does hurt. But you know what? We have to just persevere and keep going forward. And I've tried to talk in German in the last month or so, but my Scottish accent doesn't allow me to say T's very well, so I miss a lot of T's, and it just sounds like garbled nonsense when I try. So don't worry, I will not insult your language by attempting to speak it
Nah,
tonight.
it's insulting itself sometimes. Don't worry about it.
I mean, English is a joke. English is so silly sometimes. Not my monkey, not my circus. Is that the phrase? I don't
Yeah,
know.
yeah,
Yeah,
exactly that.
yeah.
That's
Uh,
that's the phrase.
but it's not a circus that we're going to. It's an Overwatch arena. Bingus and Pranksters. I'll be honest, I don't really know a lot of these players when I'm looking on FACEIT,
Me
which
neither,
is
unfortunately.
exciting to me because it's quite interesting to see what we will see from these players. Checking on the bans right now. Where are we at? So it's it looks like we're going to Servasa in
Yep.
terms of the map choice here, which is that's a great map to start on. Just been changed, so these teams will have to have been practiced on this whole new Servasa, and they're getting the hero bands in as well.
Yes, sir. And we have to say Suravasa itself is quite the popular map in tournaments. Also, when I'm casting Uniliga or something, there's so many teams that either they avoid Flashpoint completely or they go to Suravasa. It's very rare that anything else get played. Even Atlas, the new map, is not really that popular. Well,
Hmm.
quite unfortunately for some, because I have to say I like Atlas and I like the vibe also that it's design wise very close to Oasis. But
Hmm.
whatever. We're gonna see Suravasa, and as you said, the teams are not that known to us, so we have to see and watch what these teams are gonna whip out. And right now, I'm seeing a very interesting composition from Team Bingus, a Hawk, a Venture. Like, damn, that's gonna be quite special.
Yes, we're seeing every frame of this walkout right now as I mean,
Yeah.
this is not surprising me that this is what Bingus are going to be bringing us. Just by their name alone, they're going to bring such aura as whatever one would like to call this, the hook and drill combination,
Hook
perhaps.
and drill.
Um,
That's fancy though. I like that. I'm gonna
yes,
write that down.
yeah, write that down. Meanwhile, in my PowerPoint presentation, this is what an Overwatch team fight will look like if we had one frame every 5 seconds.
Mm.
It does seem like Bingus have control of the point right now. Is it's going to be quite difficult for the to get on point without form, but you see them, of course. They've lost form. They're in Nemesis form. They're going to have to back up a bit. Pulse is going to find TB here. Um, the 20% on the board. This is very hard to see what's going on, but Pulse seems to be going behind the very low HP, and Ramatra will fall in a world of Ramatra surviving forever. The will fall.
And also talking about the immediately with a Mauga swap, by the way. Of course, a very good pick against Hawk because, well, you know, it's easy to hit, easy to burn. You can absolutely bully him and make sure that he can't get that much done. But we have to say that Hawk's ult, for example, is fantastic to counter Mauga, though. Especially his ultimate, the cage fight, is easily broken down with that. No other swaps though. Maybe there would have been a chance for an Anna to be a thing because also there is no Kiri on the side
Hmm.
of Team Bingus. But it doesn't matter for now because, well, at least the team fight is quite even here. We see a 3v3 scenario here. Gamer Arlos, though, with a kill onto Ghost, which is so incremental to get the kill onto the Kiriko. And the point seems to be flipped. Well, let's see. Not yet, though. They're fighting the hardest. And oh,
Ooh.
Izzy with some fantastic kills here. The laziest makes it onto the point with the coalescence. And they will seal the deal after all, but at least I think so. Yeah, there you go. So it's gonna be
Yeah.
1-0 for Team Biggest.
We didn't quite catch all of it, but we're beginning to catch more. Yeah, in the neutral game, the Mauga is going to basically play Cookie Clicker against the Roadhog, but you're right, now with that whole hog available, there's going to be a rip and shred moment here. Pulse and Master Ugwe are working really well together to get the speed, to get the Venture into those positions where they're getting those nice tricksy shots, and they are ulting from behind the Tectonic Shock, dealing a blow to the back line. But of course, Gamer Alla already has hooked and taken out the Sojourn, has pulled the whole hog also to take down the.
All right. So control still for that team of Team Bingus over the entire course, we have to say, of the map, which I find very interesting that this hog actually works. But the whole hog is already out, so that's gonna be a cage fight that you obviously can counter with your beat, though. And Izzy, of course, with that blade, gonna be interesting. But Gamerala already with a kill onto Roll of Luca, and look at that, they use the speed boost, just going all aggressive. TB is not really fighting, of course. You just hope to be put out of your misery, and somehow Emerex tries to escape here, stays alive for now, will get some help, but well, while the loser was surviving, the Mauga did not, so that's gonna be a big stagger.
Yeah, and Stagger is very brutal on this map type, especially when it's 70%. You've only got 20% remaining on this point. You've got all your ultimates, though, so you really want to be getting onto point and spending some of these chips, at least going in with a cage fight. I mean, while, Hog is not going to have their ultimate. Lazy's asking us to fix the stream. What do you say screw us for? We're just talking. But they have lost the point, and it's already map point.
Now, that was Quick Team Bingus here with a fantastic start so far. And, well, a rather conservative ult management here from the team in red here. There's going to be now the Kiriko ult with a cage fight also in front. And look at that. That is exactly what I mean. Just going to take the fight to the hog here. Gamerala couldn't really do anything about it. But also, Gamerala got a lot of ult charge while right after that whole hog. Already above 70%. That is really crazy. But for now, the point goes to the team of pranksters. There is their chance, but there is no room for mistake.
Yeah, very little room for
Speaking
mistake.
of which,
But there's so much room for the side of Bingus to just bring it back. I mean,
oh man, Easy just got roasted there. The blade just gone. But you get the kill onto Ghost, which is such a good one. TB also just gonna give up there. So now that's gonna be the point flip. Team Bingus gets the first percentage here. And well, let's see what answer the team of the pranksters have. At least they were able to take a team fight. They took a few percent. That could be something like a life sign.
sign of life, but you've still got the overclock here to be able to utilize, but you've got the whole hog. I mean, you're just gonna get pushed away when you use it. Even with the beat, you're not gonna get close enough, and it is going to go into the favor of Bingus here.
Oh yes, good run here of Roll of Luca with 2 kills. There's gonna be a lot of pressure also onto Pulse, so just burrows themselves down. Master Ogway also dead though, so it's looking good. There's gonna be the chance now for the pranksters to get some more percent. But of course, the team of Team Bingus is gonna be happy to retreat for now. They have gained 75%, and they definitely have a good chance to come back into this match. It's gonna be a little bit of a feisty footwork here from Izzy. And let's see, there's only going to be a beat for now available, which is going to be used in Team Bingus. Otherwise, we'll have to fight this rather dry. And Master Awkward with a massive kill onto Ghost. How did that happen? Usually you don't see a Kiriko just fall to her death. That is crazy stuff here. Roll of Luca with a Pulse Bomb kill, but Pulse was able to take TB out before, so it's not the best situation for the pranksters, and they have to get onto point somehow, but they're already decimated. How will you be able to survive that? The net needs to get through. There's gonna be the cage, of course, on top of the point, but it doesn't matter. You're all alone in front. And that's probably gonna be it. Just the cleanup coming in from Team Bingus, and that's gonna sooner or later seal the deal, as Emerex also will stop making music for this map overtime runs out, and that's gonna be at 1-0. Then the lead, not yet. Roll of Luca gonna touch there for a little bit, ping pong around. But for how long can you survive this? Master Ogway is dead. Wait, that gets the kill, but it doesn't matter. The pranksters cannot touch in time, and such. Team Mingus with a very dominant performance, but we have to say that the pranksters were able to get a foot in the door in the end.
Yeah, I mean, you've got Kiriko's falling off the map. I mean, at that point, you'd expect Kiriko to have 2 teleports instead of just 1, to be able to save himself. Didn't quite happen there. This is what you always see at this level of Overwatch, though, where teams that play into what they like to play rather than the quote unquote meta are always going to do better. And that's been the case here with that Roadhog playing. Now you're thinking, okay, in terms of hero ban wise, are we just gonna throw out the hog ban, get that out of the way, make it so that it's just not going to be an issue for us anymore? But also, Venture is such a specific character to play as well. Not going to be viable on every map, to be fair. But I believe we're going to Colosseo next anyway, and you can still get a lot done with Venture. So if they're going to continue to play this style, I want to see a little bit of fight back from Pranksters. They need to theory craft a way of solving this complex algorithm of a composition.
Yes, that's gonna be their objective. Like this composition, very special. I have to say, I did not wake up today and placed a bet on a team running it down on a hog. Like I have to say, I like this refreshing thought that Team Bingus is offering us right now. Maybe that's just how they roll and how they show that they are the dominant part here of this matchup. But yeah, so far, Prankster's not looking too fancy. So they need to step it up. Otherwise, they will be eliminated from this tournament. I think the first matches are going to be first to 2 anyway. So you rather make sure that you get through the first phases because the margin for error there is much smaller than later.
Exactly. And we've already said it, single elimination, right? You don't get a second chance. There's no loser bracket run. It's now or never, which does mean you need to be faster on the ball to kind of flex. And they threw out the Mauga idea to counteract the Roadhog, but you never really saw too much else in terms of adaptation, especially against the Venture, who was just running wild most of the time there. And when you have someone just drilling into the back of your team, eventually you gotta discover a way of creating concrete that can't be drilled, right? You need to find a way to either counteract or just push in while the Venture is rotating and basically create a 5v3 scenario.
Exactly that. Like either you render the render Venture useless by, as you said, just rotating in, being fast, not isolating yourself, because Venture is gonna be brutal to those who dare to stand alone. But also, you're right, they didn't really adapt to it that much. We saw the Mauga swap, but other than that, the composition stayed the same throughout the entire match, which I found a little bit puzzling, because after all, you need to somehow engage with the enemy, interact, maybe pick some better heroes, and they just didn't do it. We saw the Mauga pick, which I definitely understood, but other than that, not really anything. Not a Cassidy to stun Venture, not an Anna, for example, to make some extra pressure on the Hog, or force out the Suzu a little bit earlier or something. Well, they didn't have a Kiriko, right? They had Moira Lucio the entire time. So, well,
Yeah.
that doesn't matter then anyways. That's even better for you, because if the Hawk gets purpled and is very low, you might force out an additional beat from the Lucio, which opens up so much opportunity. That could have been a thing, but that's the problem. Could have. The map is now over, so you might as well just try to look at the next map.
Exactly. And trying to solve that. To be fair, right? I'm sure everyone felt the same emotion I did when they saw Ramatra need to swap off of Ramatra. Relief, joy, vindication. We've all been there just shooting the wall that is Ramatra. So seeing that character need to be swapped off of does bring me a little bit of joy, I will be honest.
Same.
But yeah, you mentioned, having this Anna, even that small adaptation could do a lot. You know, at least force the Roadhog to make different choices. They're not going to be able to play the way that they want to play. And it's also like it's a gameplay style thing, right? Now, I'll be honest, I didn't see very much of the game. I saw a lot of pretty pictures, but from what it looked like, it just seemed like the team that was constantly engaging, that was the one choosing to fight, fighting the way that they wanted to fight, and forcing the other team to fight their way was Bingus. They were just in the controlling seat the whole time, the director's chair. We need to see no more assistant producers on the side of pranksters. They need to step up into their own directing chair and show us a movie which is that of a comeback.
But you know what usually happens before a movie? It's gonna be something like a commercial break, which we will actually also go into before we watch that. Hopefully, blockbuster and a punchback from the pranksters. So, see you then after a few minutes. We're also gonna see if we can sort out the technical issues, and hopefully, we're gonna have a fantastic stream afterwards. So, see you in a bit, guys.
Well, the tournament fires onwards, and as things get heated up, we have sorted all production issues, and in the meantime, Bingus has sorted the Pranksters issue as they beat them 2-0 while we were off stream. But we will be staying with that team's journey into their next matchup, which, Chris, this is going to be a lot more difficult up against Hypnos.
Oh, I'm excited for that. We have talked beforehand about this team of Hypnos, and you're gonna recognize the logo. It looks very familiar to another very great organization. We're talking about Ex Oblivione here, and I think you know Hypnos a little bit better. So please describe us. What's so special about this team, and what's their connection to this rather elusive org? What are you looking for? Do you have something?
I had a Hypno sticker, but I'll do you an Ex Oblivione Geo shirt. So yes, I'm aware of the team. They've got great members on them. I mean, Envy has always been a strong player. They've got substitutes there of Yukino and Horrocks. I don't know if they'll be playing today, but of course they're very well known. Horrocks, of
Oh,
course, very
Horrocks.
popular
Yeah.
on Twitter, and likes a good Guinness as well. But this is a team that's backed by an organization that's got history and has lots of players that have great talent. This is where we're truly going to see, okay, what is Team Bingus truly made of? Well, what can they truly bring to the table? And surely Hypnos has watched the last game and thought, okay, if we ban Roadhog for one of these matches, then it should be a good start for us.
If they got a chance really to watch the match because they were playing themselves, um, so I mean yeah, but the thing is we're gonna at least see two maps, and which means that you can ban Hawk only on one of them, which could be problematic, but it really depends, right? Still not entirely sure how strong Hawk really is in this meta. Right now, we're seeing the next map unfolding before us. We're gonna go to Colosseo. Push is gonna be used early here. Of course, the lineup from Team Bingus has not changed whatsoever. On the other hand, we have the names of that team, Hypnos. And Envy, for example, is playing, but unfortunately no Horrocks. I would have loved that. I miss Horrocks. I haven't seen him in a while.
Yeah, sometimes he'll get rolled out the retirement home to show up to an Overwatch game, and it seems like he's not been able to make it out. He's got Jello or whatever that they do in retirement homes. Yeah, this is truly where Hypnos are a team that I would say they had a bye in the first round, by the way. So
Oh,
technically
they
they
had a
could have
buy.
just sat back and watched the Bingus game.
Okay, then I'll
Well,
take it
as
back.
as
Yeah.
much as we watched it, to be fair. But yeah, we've got a soldier coming out from Tricky already. Envy on their Kiriko, a very strong Kiriko player, laziest and Master Ugly still on that Lucio Moira backline.
Gamerala, though, not on the Hawk. We're gonna see the Ramatra on both sides. Kind of similar gameplay ideas with a little twist. We see Tricky already scoring a kill against the lasers. Luna with a kill onto Master Orgway, but also Envy dies. So Tricky is, in the meantime, having a little scuffle with the Genji from the enemy team,
Hmm.
which is Izzy. But at the same time, we also see the first meters pushed for the team of Hypnos. But look at that tracking from Tricky. The mechanics are absolutely top notch right here. Hypnos is mopping the floor, and the Lazies needs to be careful and gets away alive. And we see Gamerala, by the way, with a hawk.
Oh, almost took them out with their own Helix rocket, but yeah, the mechanics are crisp right now. Lunar's pushed up, and yeah, Gamerala has went onto the Road Dog here. A little bit of comfort, trying to just go for those hooks, especially if Tricky's going to continue to be as aggressive as they have been. They can get a hook onto them and just take them out of the fight completely, but it's going to be difficult now that Tricky's playing so far back
Oh!
and hits Pulse with a Helix.
Tricky's also quite smart to just stay away now. They realized, oh, there's a hog. I can't just push in for free. So now you see the aggression lower a bit, but they still try to get the pick because they think with those dive DPS we can just easily score the kill. But Tricky gets another one, finishes off Gamerala. So Hypnos is absolutely destroying Team Bingus. And you see how different and also the levels are of players in this tournament when you see first Team Bingus squashing their match against the pranksters, and now we see Hypnos doing the same to them. Rock paper scissors. Imagine now that the pranksters would get a second chance and now be able to beat Hypnos. It's not gonna happen though. Luna also
Okay.
used the Ramatra ult here. That
I
I think
mean,
was a misclick.
it's a choice. It was certainly a choice. Now, Gamer Alice is going to have to run back. They do have the whole hog here, so if they're able to catch Luna off,
Oh,
yeah,
there you
they're just
go.
going to be able to shred them. However, Energy's in the back. Oh, massive sleep. And gets boosted to the back as well by the whole hog pellets. And finally, there's a little bit of control here for Bingus, but Tricky is
Tricky.
alive. And my god, does Tricky make it hard for them to have a clean fight win, but they are going to get it. Pulse swapping to the
Junkrat.
Junkrat. Is this just a burst down Lunar, or is this perhaps a back pocket pick?
Well, we'll find out. Anyways, Master Way already the kill onto Energy. So yeah, Team Bingus had a very bad start, but they seem to somehow stabilize this. Of course, they have to be careful here. Another crucial kill, by the way, scored onto Envy, but that's tricky.
Mm,
Of course, that's tricky. At some point, they had to appear on the kill feed and also at the bot, which means that Team Bingus right now can't really make a move here. They need to clean out the team
mhm.
of Hypnos first, but that's not gonna happen. 2 kills already scored. There's gonna be a good visor from Tricky, gonna be kept alive here. Izzy will be taken out midst Blade. And that's gonna be it for Team Bingus here. They had
Yeah.
them almost, but immediately the answer really, really was problematic. And Pulse with another hero swap, I think Pulse just ran out of ideas.
Yeah, we've got to call up the Nerf executives because as he answered the question, Nerf or nothing. Well, they got nothing of the blade, so there we have it. Energy does have the pulse bomb, can go into the back and cause an issue for Master Ogway, who needs to be using this nano here. Of course, the orbital ray is going to cause a little bit of a kind of slower push here from the side of Hypnos. They don't want to be pushing right into an orbital ray, but now that it's gone, Lunar's just going to charge forward here with this annihilation, giving Tricky and Energy enough room to just rip and shred like they're the Doomslayers here. They are not paid by the hour, they're paid by the win, and Hypnos have a very swift and definitive first map win here.
Crazy. Absolute insane performance, especially Tricky, of course, the one to highlight, the star of this matchup right here. And also, look at how convincing Hypnos did it. We have been hyping them. We have already said that their team is one to watch. And, well, how we watch this one, absolutely insane. I'm curious to see how the answer of Team Bingus is gonna be, because they have to. Remember, there's a single
Mhm.
elimination, so you know, one map and it's out for them.
Yep, yep. It's a best of three still. There's a match point. They're at the edge of the void. The eliminations right there. You can feel it, and I tend to usually say this is where teams they get cornered, and like any animal, if you corner something and there's no way out, they tend to fight harder. This is where I need to see that from Bingus and see a little bit more energy because Tricky was heading a lot of shots, but there was a lot of time where really they should have been punished on those flanks and just weren't getting marked enough. I want to see Tricky get marked more so that Bingus have a little bit more room to play with.
Yeah, I mean they tried that, but I mean their composition was rather hybrid. It would be more interesting to see how they behave if they go full dive or something. But maybe that's just not in the cards. Maybe the team just doesn't feel comfortable in that more divey environment. Anyways, we're gonna see a map that's quite familiar. No, we're gonna see another round of Suravasa, and hopefully this time we can actually watch this map in more than just 3 FPS.
Well, it already seems to be that crisp 60 FPS that we're used to. And the thing is, right, we went to Servasa, but Hypnos have literally just watched Bingus on Servasa. They know what worked for them. The venture and the Lucio going on flanks, the Roadhog getting the hooks, they're going to be prepared for that. So now you're probably going to see uh, Tricky probably marking the Venture, staying on the Soldier rather than going to the Cassidy means that they're not going to have the nade to deal with it. Energy currently thinking of maybe going for something like a Venture. Maybe they're just going to completely match it on the flank.
Oh, Luna also with a Zarya, which makes sense, right? You're gonna enable energy a lot. You can get them into the fight, but also bail them out whenever necessary. So I really like that, and also Luna can watch out for Tricky, of course. Whenever Tricky is gonna get dove, you're gonna be stable as hell. But let's see, Team Bingus for sure. Oh, is he already going low? Gets shot
Oh,
so much, and of course, the last thing you want to get hit by during the flag is a chunky laser, and that's gonna happen. Would you look at that? Hypnos just absolutely destroying the opposition right here. Insanity. Like, look at that. I blinked and they already
yeah.
took the point.
Yeah, just Izzy overstepped, and I think Hypnos were just completely ready for it. They all collapsed onto Izzy, and yeah, you cannot deflect a beam. So you already see Tricky marathoning behind them to try and get someone out with a Helix rocket. Master Ugly going very low. Pulse needs to dive into the dirt just to stay alive. Izzy and Laziest, they're struggling to just
Oh,
sustain
tricky
here.
down.
Yeah, Tricky goes down, so went a little bit too far. They were completely alone on that flank. So now here's an opportunity for Bingus to sneak in. You've got Izzy going on to the point here, backed up by Master Ogwe on the Lucio, just trying to force out that Baptiste, because if Baptiste is gone, it means that you do not have the healing for Luna. They go down, Luna's going to fall, gets the bubble in time to stay alive, but will fall and lose all that energy. Bingus finally have some point control.
Funny enough, though, there were 2 kills scored, so Team Bingus isn't exactly stable, and Hypnos has a good chance to come back here, as their respawns should be a little bit faster. Tricky, of course, just sending some greetings, some pleasantries, but gonna be greeted at the gate with not so not so pleasant goodies here. But look at that, Gamerala super low, needs
Oh,
to pop that Nemesis form, and is lucky to have that Coalescence in their back, because otherwise that window would have been a problem. But look at Tricky again. Speaking of
yeah.
problems, this guy is absolutely being a problem. Use that window to perfection, and now it's just gonna be the cleanup. Hypno's gonna take that point sooner or later. It's just the question. If there's a retouch, there should be a retouch if they're fast enough, but it's gonna be exactly on the clock. And Izzy with an interesting swap here. Hanzo is gonna be the choice.
If I had to hindsight that fight, I would have said the Bingus probably would have been better speeding into and past that window.
Autograph.
The Tricky didn't have that energy, but there we go with a massive grab. Gamer Ala is just going to be like, you know what? I'm going to point. You guys deal with that grab. I'm going to see what I can do here. I'm going to proc overtime. But of course, they're not going to survive much longer once the Nemesis form clears, and already a point in Servasa. Bingus, they are coming up to some ultimates here, but Hypnos, they still have a good rotation.
What a play from Luna. Just using that perk where you just super jump so easily with Zarya, just for the aerial graph that kind of resembled the one from the Fran back in the days in Hollywood. Like that was a fantastic play, by the way, because they
What a
knew that the time would be of essence here. But let's see, there's gonna be the seismic shock here, but it's not gonna get any kills apparently. Now Tricky is right here where he needs to be
yeah.
with 2 kills already. Hypnos is just yet again showing what they're here for. They're here for winning the tournament. Tricky with the 3K and a clean
Tricky's getting
sweep
away so
against
much.
Bingus.
Like these massive solo flanks, they're not getting marked at all. They keep forcing laziest uh, fades, which to be fair, they are now on the Juno here, which will mean they're a little bit more survivable with their movement. But Tricky
Tricky.
still on a mad one as Master Ugly goes down 90% to beat as well. So they're not going to be able to sustain themselves super long here, especially since Gamer Ala does not have the speed. Pulse, trying to do anything to turn the tides, takes down Envy. That's the exact kind of hero you need to go down because it means that Lunar does not have the
Oh,
support to stay alive. That's steadfast, keeping Gamer Ala anchored to the ground. They were just about to get booped off, but finally, through the efforts of Pulse, they're able to get control of the point.
Well, there you go. That's the tank passive steadfast, as you called it. Most people don't even know how tank passive is called. It used to be Rhines only, I think, but now it's for every tank. Anyways, fantastic effort here for Team Bingus. They can stabilize for now, but of course there's gonna be the enemy riot at the door, and there's the window immediately countered though by a dragon. So getting yourself a little bit of time, you get space. Game immediately uses that, so the window is rendered useless for now, and that's actually perfectly executed here for the Team Bingus. And also, the team is kind of split here in front. Energy was low here, but wins the venture duel and can stabilize for now. But still, Hypnos is there. Now there's gonna be Tricky, and we know what Tricky is capable of.
Yep.
Gamerala trapped in the doorway, no chance for them. And that's gonna be a retake here from Hypnos.
Yeah, and that's going to be a reset from laziest. Tricky just able to sneak onto the high ground there, but again, it's another fight where Binkus has an ultimate in the bank, like the Annihilation, and didn't utilize it to go aggressive. They were playing so reactively, and again, Tricky just gets into a great position. Energy in a bit of a tough spot, but they are going to be able to ult. They do have the grab, but there is
Ah, they
not
have
going to
to.
be a touch.
Oh no. I mean, first of all, of course, perfect pressure the graph.
Oh,
Really
that's
now.
that's
Okay.
rough. No.
Okay, Luna. You better calm down there, buddy, okay? It's already a slaughter. We don't have to beat the horse.
Hypnos have no trouble being the bad guy here with the BM grab right outside spawn. And I mean, what's that going to do to the mentality of Bingus? Their map point, match point, and getting grabbed outside their spawn. Izzy has been struggling on this Genji. He's not quite in this fight yet, but they are still going to orbital ray push forwards here. Energy with the tectonic shock, just trying to slow the push here with that orb, has done enough so that the point is in good position.
Oh!
Oh, steadfast! What energy! Bob the Builder just throws off the Omnic into the water.
Uh, yeah, about that. um, well, that's the thing to be 0-2 in the back, but what is Hypnos doing? They are just turning this into a show, into a circus, and Team Bingus is their juggling balls. It is crazy. Master Ogway being a little bit aggressive here, but has the window, of course, tries to bait in the enemy. We also see a hazard swap here, but immediately another window to help out Luna to stay alive. Energy goes into that window looking for a target, finds nothing, immediately bails out here, but again, Morala, the hazard very low, uses the wall though to disengage, but they have to make a touch at some point, and Tricky is low. There's a chance for Izzy to get the kill. Tectonic Shock is in play though for Pulse, immediately needs to dodge out, and that is what Team Bingus needs to do to stay alive here in this matchup.
Luna just flying away practically on a broomstick to survive that tectonic shock as he's getting rolled by a bubbled Lucio. You can't do too much against that. Luna going to follow up there. You do have your hazard on point, but if you can't catch this Baptiste, then you're going to run out of block eventually.
Ooh,
Almost lost the
they
point
almost
there as the
forgot.
Overwatch timer ticked away. They still have the Baptiste there to stay
Oh, it's
alive,
okay.
but Tricky, yeah, Master Ugu was already in the air. Basically a clay pigeon for Tricky, who just stands there, does not move. The graph comes out as well, and Hypnos are in the
Wow.
business of not just winning, but making statements, as they did that with a definitive exclamation mark. That's basically a declaration to the rest of the teams, like Quick Academy and Peps Academy, to be like, all right, step up. Let's see if any of you have it to bring it to us. And well, the gauntlet is down.
Wow. Just Hypnos for really applause. I don't even have to applaud them. They know what they just did on the service. But exactly that. They have shown that they are the team to beat. Well, of course, we don't know what else the tournament is holding. Maybe we see the next matchup and Team Hypnos gets rolled this time around. But well, with that fine level of Overwatch, well, maybe it's rather um well, not that probable, right? So we'll see
Yeah.
how it goes for them. Definitely, it is a 2-0. They're going to advance in the bracket. Absolutely fantastic stuff from them in such a manner. We can't really dissect it other than this was first a tricky show, and after that, well, it was just Luna styling on them at some
Mhm.
point. So Absolutely crazy stuff. We also see the bracket right in front of us. So Hypnos just waiting for the next matchup. 6X is also still in the tournament. They have taken out Pep's Academy, and now we're waiting for their opponents as well, which will be either Quick Academy or Pepsunet. And Hypnos is waiting for the matchup between Alternate Pytel and Semper Lissa.
Yeah, well, now Hypnos is in a position where they get to sit back and just wait for their next opponent. And what I would love to see for the next match is either of these two things. One human being marking Tricky, just one human being. So all I ask for, one human being to look at Tricky, or seeing that Tricky's on a massive flank alone, and then pushing into the rest of the team to 5v4 them. One of those two options I think I would love to see, and maybe Hypnos might start to struggle a bit, and they might need to apply a little bit more thought. But yeah, as we go on in this single elimination tournament, it's only going to heat up more as the better teams push forward. And if I can throw in a prediction, I think we'll see a Hypnos Quick Academy final. But there's still a lot of journey to get there. Quick Academy first need to beat Pep Sunit and then beat 6X and then meet Hypnos. And of course, Hypnos needs to beat either Semper, Lissa, who have the home field advantage, or Alternate Pytel, who were in FACEIT quite recently. So, yes, we have a good spread of games that we will be able to cover as we go forward. But in the meantime, while we're figuring out where we will go next, I believe we will throw to a break for now and kind of figure out what game we're going to see, who we're going to see, and who will meet Hypnos going forward. So we'll be right back as soon as we have our next game. Don't go too far, folks. Things are beyond heating up. We are going nuclear. We are now entering a matchup that will decide one of our finalists, one of the teams that will be going forward to be playing for that 50,000 grand prize of FACEIT points. We have Quick Academy versus 6X. It's still a best of three, it's still single elimination, and it's getting a lot harder as you go throughout this tournament. Chris, this is going to be a match where really it's decided, what team has it today. What team on this day, on this Sunday, has it to win against all the other teams.
I'm also very curious about Quick Academy because I remember your prediction. You said that Quick Academy is gonna make it into the grand finals. We haven't
Yep.
seen them on stream yet, so I want to see how they hold up against this team of 6X. And well, I'm just as curious as you are. Oh, would you look at that? Of course, he has a
Yes,
shirt of that
I
too.
also have a quick shirt. Yes. Yeah, I also have a quick shirt as well as the next Oblivion shirt. So perhaps I'm biased. Maybe I'm biased. maybe I'll take a step back and see what 6X can do. I mean, I see some names that I definitely know. Steph Curry, not the Steph Curry, don't worry.
No.
Um, Runiz as well, Sour, and Max Relax. I know these names. This isn't going to be a one-sided affair. This is going to be a fight.
Well, I hope so. I absolutely hope so, because so far, we have to say that the matches we have seen were quite convincing for one team. And
Yeah.
it would be nice to see something very close, very exciting in the end, because this is the best that this tournament has to offer, right? It's only 4 teams left, and those are 2 of those. And would you look at that? Same old, but this time for the first map, we're going to Suravasa.
Yeah, Servasta. This is the anchor point map of this tournament. It's a fan favorite. So of course, we're going to see it all the way. And yeah, Fake Jake as well on 6X. But will we see a Roadhog? Unlikely. Will we see a little bit more traditional Overwatch played? That's what I'm thinking. We have one team that is going to be looking to kind of go more on the side of the Junker Queen. Still bringing out the Venture, a character we've seen played a lot throughout this tournament and is getting a lot of play at the moment. Still with those Lucios, look for those flanks versus a team that's looking to come out on Orisa, actually.
I have to say, I wonder if there was a Ramatra bun involved. 3, 2, because that's quite atypical to see teams not immediately default to the Ramatra, also 2 at the same time. I mean, there's a chance that that's just the preferred style, that you have these rather clashing compositions, but usually you wouldn't really see that. And there's already a lot forced out here already. Showdown, Suzu out, lot of pressure onto Curfly, who gets out alive for now. And not that much space is gained, though, because Max Relax had to wait out a little bit on that Orisa. Now tries to take space here. Clickart goes into the backline looking for a kill, but is now trapped there, of course, with no dash deflag, dash reset. Round is dead, though, on the other side, too, so it's a 4v4.
That early sleep there did put Carefully in a bit of a tough spot, but yeah, Max Relax had to back up, and once you don't have the gold, once you don't have that javelin spin, you're just one big block of cheese waiting to be grated, and boy, did Quick Academy have that grater at the ready.
Absolutely. Wow, Steve Curry, there he is. The man, the myth, the legend, with a kill onto Clickart. Fake Jake, though, on the other half, also dead. What I like, what is quite refreshing about this match, is how back and forth it goes. Both teams have scored a significant amount of kills already, and it just goes down to marginal amounts in which these teams really differ. So, round is... That was a lot of shock there, but should be fine for now. Now's the question, how do you really engage this? Of course, you have very mobile DPSs on both sides. That was quite close. Rounders will be able to make it out alive.
Oh my
that was
God.
close. 9 HP or something. Steve Curry also can't get the kill on the Massive Boy. So doesn't look too great here. It's going to be the Kitsune Rush, though, immediately used by Quick Academy. So they see somehow blood in the water. They want to take it back, though, here with Orisa. Nano here. That was the pulse bomb attempt. Doesn't stick. Rounders gets out with 10 HP. And Max Relax, well, can't do much here. And that's gonna be it. Quick Academy gonna take that first point, seemingly. Yeah, they will.
Yeah, I mean, that rush really kind of meant that Max Relax, once they got the Nano onto them, couldn't get as much done with it as they wanted to get done. Steph as well didn't get much done with that High Noon. And Quick Academy, they've been so smart with their ult usage that they only pulled the trigger on that rush. Now they've got so much to play with. They can start early here with a Queen ult and just have a very quick win and not even need to invest too many ultimates.
Rounders with a great kill here. That was a rampage immediately countered, though, by a beat. That was a fantastic sleep as well. Look at that, 6x showing off that they can do it here against the Quick Academy. The first point percentage for them, I think also the first team fight, they have convincingly won. So now is the time to shine. Much earlier than other teams would do it. We have seen so many teams just drop 2 points and then start to play Overwatch. This team, though, they have definitely something up their sleeves.
Yeah, and with Runiz now on this Echo, that beam's going to be so devastating, especially against Chillicard, who's going to have to be a lot more careful that Deflect won't be a be-all, save-all. Blade comes through,
Huge.
takes out the Lucio mid-air as they are slicing through the competition here like it is Fruit Ninja, getting their 5 a day. As Max Relax tries to equalize here, and you see Fake Jake under a little bit of pressure. But it is going to be Quick Academy winning off the back of that sound barrier and blade combination.
So 55% least for 6x. It's alright, and they're also coming up on 3 ultimates against Quick Academy, who only have 2 for now. But Kitsune Rush, of course, one that is quite detrimental. But that can be easily countered with the combination that 6x is playing immediately onto the point. Steve Curry with that. Oh, that sleep that actually connected here. Fantastic from Fake Jake. What a move. There's gonna be the tectonic shot. Oh, Master Boy kills 3. No way that just happened. 6x, they had this team fight in the bag, but Master Boy said, nah, not on my watch. That's the 4th kill. Let's see if Master can actually score. Yeah, there you go. There it is. The ace from Master Boy. And just like that, Quick Academy is back. Otherwise, that would have been an easy point for 6.
So clutch. And in the 5v5 world we live in, when your tank goes down early to Hein and you think, okay, this is going to be really tough, but Master Boy just steps up to the mark and then some. The only saving grace for 6x is that they actually got the point. And now if this duplicate onto Queen, they can go forward with that shout. Carefully get eviscerated off of point. Only the ashes remain right now as the point's already going to swap out. And at 90% to 90%, it's looking like 6x are going to be able to clean up here, take down Chillicard, and they will equalize here in Servassa.
There you go. Well, that was quite the punchback, right? Quick Academy right now just sent into the ropes here. Would you look at that? 1-to-1 here on Servassa. I like what I'm seeing, but also this engage onto Curfly. Imagine being a tank, right? Imagine that. The copy, the engage from 3 people onto the Queen, who also shouted. Nothing left of Curfly though after that fight. Max Relax also trusting the supports here a lot. It's very easy on the abilities, and now Steph Curry. Oh, nice one! The javelin gets Curfly out of cover, and that's gonna be the cleanup. 6x looking feisty.
Yeah, it's called the Peacemaker for a reason. You can't see me. The javelin hits them and then just gets shot as they are violently pushed into the limelight of it. Quick Academy find himself on the back foot here. Lots that they can utilize here. They've got the Queen ult. That Rampage can set up a very nice blade follow-up, but carefully already needs to shout in defense. Such an aggressive terror surge, and carefully is so low, needs to ult to just stay alive, but Master Boy has went down to the javelin.
So lots of pressure on Curfly. Look at Curfly just begging for heals. Here, Max Relax also dead here. You get the kill on the clear card, but of course the tank gone is gonna be a problem. The move! I think there was the railing in the way. Sour the Bush does not get the kill here, but nice movement. He gets out for now, but Master Boy immediately behind them, and Quick Academy looking good here, getting the point back, but 70% for 6x, and still 3 ultimates to work with. So there's definitely something in the water for them.
Yeah, Carefully will be thanking OSHA for the health and safety of the barrier being there to stop them from getting booped into the drink there. But man, the nano's here, so is that copy, and that copy's just going to go into the Queen again, likely, just to get that aggressive shout. But there's the aggro from Quick Academy as they're just pushing forward, trying to make use of this blade. The sound barrier defense is being matched by Quick Academy to just keep them up and running. Runiz has actually went for the Genji, didn't get much done with it. Maybe it was just a bit of a panic to stay alive, as Massa Boy is going to earthquake the ground under Steph Curry, who cannot get it in the basket. There's the beam there. Runiz is not going to be able to clutch this one up. 80%. Quick Academy likely to get back in the lead.
But how many ults were popped there? Like, crazy. Pretty much all the check marks that came up were just immediately used. Do they really want to engage that? They really try that. Max Relax makes it onto point with a Doomfist. Steve Curry waiting for Venture to come out, but it just hits around the corner. So that was
Okay.
unfortunately useless here. And Max Relax trying to survive. It gets a point here. Somebody needs the touch. Immediately just barely makes it on. Still has a few HP to work with. This is still winnable for Triple X. Sorry, 6X. But after all, now with Curfly scoring the 2 kills here, that's gonna be it. But for a moment, there was a sliver of hope.
Yeah, for a moment you thought they were going to make the free throw, but just in time they're guarded and the balls head out the hands. Now though, 6X, they don't have the greatest position. Ult-wise as well, Quick Academy, they're coming up to their Kitsune rush. Carefully can begin this next fight with their Rampage. There's only a nano to keep someone alive on 6X. Whether they go aggressive here with Max Relax or not is going to be up to them.
You have to wait out. Oh, never mind. You go in aggressive. That was another lucky move here. Again, the steadfast helping out. But that's the Curvely's dead. You need to go for the follow-up somehow. But Steve Curry is playing some feisty Overwatch. He also gets the nano. This is still winnable here with Fake Jake and Steve Curry being the only ones alive here. And would you look at that? They take the point. From Quick Academy, you only get 11%. But of course, they need to be careful here. They need to wait for the team to engage and need to give space.
It's Sunny Rush right into a team that's not there. Perhaps you could have looked around the corner first, but you know, I appreciate the pre-fire. They do have the points, so you can't really complain too much. Steph though is going to be able to go up with their high noon, get stuck easily, and yeah, will get blown out of the fight as Quick Academy still have control here of the point. Also, despite the fact that Reniz with perfect tracking is going to eviscerate the Lucio, and they were close to the barrier as well. This Terra Surge just causing an issue for Fake Jake, who will eventually fall. And Quick Academy, they prolong the fight, but the good thing for them is that they had control of the point the whole entire time.
Well, it all worked out for Quick Academy right here. Only 25%, and somehow 6X, they need to make sure that they can even touch. They should be in position to do so, but just last second. Quick Academy does not have a singular ultimate. On the other side, though, we see 2 ultimates potentially coming up in this team fight. Max Redax is already in position, will now make the engage onto the point. Immediately backs out here, but there needs to be the fortify immediately pop. Now the question, what can the team do with so much space here? Max Relax, of course, needs to juggle the point around. That's way too much exposure. Steph Curry gets rushed down, though. Max Relax now with a try with that ultimate to get a kill, and they get a kill onto Elku. That is so huge. Also with Curfly dead as well. 6X, they have a good chance here with the kills slowly but surely trickling down to their favor. But still, look at that. Clicard is still on the point here, but has to face 2 from 6X. Oh, that was close if around us, but there you go. That's going to be the point flip. But 99% for Quick Academy. And also, they used the fight for some old judge.
Yeah, I mean, Max Relax used their ult perfectly as well. That Terra Surge just staked the point there for Reniz to basically play Aim Simulator and tear down the rest of them. Quick Academy, to your point though, they've got so much in the bank. They're going to be able to just walk in with this Rampage. Not even the Coalescence, if they can build it in time, will help against that. And of course that Pulse Bomb, not to mention the Rush. 6X, they need a miracle. They need Steph Curry to step up and hit some shots.
Backed out immediately, and that's gonna be the point flip now. Now or never. Fake Jake also has the coalescence. Oh, the hinder just in time, but they still get the kill onto Fake Jake, and look at that. The entire team of 6X is crumbling. There's less and less from those crosses over, and there you go. Quick Academy, even though it was not a quick one, it was an exciting one. They will take Suravasa 3-1 in an absolutely amazing display of power from both teams.
Yes, it is at that point where there's no longer an imbalance of skill. They're a lot closer, and well, Quick are obviously the better team in the Servasa map. This is a lot closer of a contest than anything that we've seen so far. So there's plenty of chance for 6X to bring this one back and to put a dent in the armor of Quick Academy. I mean, you have to think, right, when you're coming into this as 6X, you're looking, okay, I'm against Quick Academy, an academy team for an OWCS team, an organization that hasn't been on OWCS once, but twice, and one of those rosters was in the FACEIT Masters division, went all the way up and promoted in there. Quick are a very strong org at making the most out of their teams, and if 6X can continue to play this well and just find a little bit of a magic touch, then they can take a map, perchance even take away this tournament from Quick Academy and get their names on the map.
Well, that would be quite something. As you said, such a prestigious brand or org behind this team that we right now see performing quite well. But I am curious to see how 6X will punch back. I would say, unfortunately, well, from a neutral caster, that is going to be match point for Quick Academy. It would be interesting to see how the tides turn when we would have a longer match, which will expect us in the grand final, of course. But nonetheless, whatever. Let's stick to the present. Still, 6X against such a formidable team, they look fantastic. But now is the question: are you able to punch back, or did you give Quick Academy enough leads to have a strategy that completely shuts you down?
Well, we're going to Esperanza next, and Esperanza is definitely a map where you can continue to make great value out of Junker Queen.
True.
And that's going to be the tough point for Triple X. Now, not to say it's not a great map for heroes like Echo. Runiz was doing really well on the Echo and the Tracer, showing that they're a very strong flex player, as I have seen previously. And I mean, they have a great team. I mean, Sour Fake Jake is a good backline. Steph Curry and Reniz both together, great DPS line. And Max Relax there on the Orisa, who isn't quite in the meta and definitely has been struggling, once you get those cooldowns out to stay alive. But there's been moments of brilliance, especially with the Terra Surge usage. They've been making such amazing work of that ultimate to translate fights into victories. And that's what I want to see. If we're going to stay on the Orisa, then we need to see more of the neutral game being won out and creating space for Runiz to kind of find that magic. But so far, Quick, they seem to be just a little bit more coordinated, and their composition is working well into their playstyle.
I have to admit, I was also a little surprised that this worked as well as it did, because usually Queen versus Orisa is a very annoying matchup. You get bullied around a lot because just everything the Orisa has in her kit somehow counters you, or at least makes engages very painful. And yet, even without it, they were able to maintain so much pressure onto Max Relax that they had to use their abilities so regularly that Curfley didn't have to worry too much about it. Because usually when you see Queen players against Orisa, they stay defensive, they wait out until most of the abilities are out. But this time you didn't really need to, because your team was having such a constant pressure that Max Relax didn't have many cooldowns ready. There were so many rampages that just went through whenever a javelin would have been nice, or even a javelin spin to just divert the Queen ult away from your team. That was all absent, and I was quite amazed how Quick Academy was handling that Orisa situation. So that really shows that even when the cards are a little bit stacked against you, speaking in composition wise, they still find an answer somehow, which is quite impressive.
So we are going to go to a short break. We're having a little bit of a problem just getting the match ready. Of course, the competitive integrity is much more important than us yappy lads. So we're going to pop over to a quick break as they get things sorted. Have you ever wanted to be kept on your toes? Well, welcome to the tournament where we do that because we are swapping games to another game. This is no longer a game to decide who's in the finals. This is the game to decide who's going to face Hypnos. We are swapping over to Alternate Pytel versus Semper Lysa. We are in the second map. Is that correct? Or third map?
Yes, it should be second, third. Is not the fourth. It's gonna be the second.
Yeah, second. We're in the second map, and I believe Pytel is in the lead.
Yeah.
So there we go.
1-0 to us, says Cheeseburger, which is from Semper Lysa. The only
Perfect.
Semper team in this tournament, by the way, which I find very good for the tournament itself, because, you know, usually tournaments that have a lot of the home org tend to be not so cherished, but this is the only team, so that's quite interesting to see, and they also have a chance to make it, first of all, to the semi-final, where they have to face Hypnos, which we already saw as a powerhouse, so we'll see how that goes.
Yeah, they'll have to win 2 maps in a row. Just for reference, Pytel on the right, Lysa on the left here. As we see the team starting out with the Reinhardt. Okay, you know what? This is a more based match. Forget everything else. This is what we want to see. I'm an old man, okay? Let me see him swing some hammer. Charging into the Hazard here, who, to be fair, is Scottish, so I should be rooting for him more than anything. But his health is dwindling as Zupo, yet another Venture player, is going to take them out as Grokka slams Eros into the wall.
Well, there you go. You wanted to see hammers? Well, I hope that hard armored shoulders also do the trick here. Semper Lysa right now absolutely squashed Pytel. In this team fight at least, and we're gonna see what they make of it. We see a switch from Pawson 1-3 who makes it now onto the Juno, which makes sense. Now we have a double speed boost. Swender just was stuck in place. That looked like a disconnect to me, but we'll see where this leads. For now, seems like they're still fighting that. And Semper Lysa. Okay, so it's the other way around then. Now I realize. So Semper Lysa is not in the lead. Right?
Yes, Pytel is on the right. Pytel is in the lead. Production's been kept on their toes as we try and work with the FACEIT system, which everyone knows is quite funny. Grokka is going to be just charging up to the side. Of course, a swap onto Ramatra is going to make it difficult for Grokka, but that charge is going to be the difference maker. If Grokka can land a charge against Swender, then they can equalize that matchup against the Ramatra, who technically has the better neutral game. High Noon is also ready here from Eros, so they can be swinging in with the speed to kind of force something out of them. Oh my god! Zupo drills Pokerface and Eros into the dirt!
Man, Snook was ready for it too. They just went on the high ground position there, just waiting for the team to engage, but there was not much left. All 4 team members died at the same time, and what a fantastic execution from Grokka, who gets to with that with that fire strike, and Arrows doesn't even get into safety. Grokka will show us the might of Reinhardt. And
I've seen enough.
Crazy.
Grokka MVP. I've seen enough. I don't need to see any more. Grokka is MVP. That ended up going off the map with Swender, but it was to secure the map. I mean, this is a strong situation. Just now we have a brief breather, a little bit of a tidbit. Alternate Pytel have a manager called Gold Blooded, who is also the manager of the 3.3K team that I play on called Couch Potatoes. So we are actually technically related via manager, if you can say it like that. But this city submap is going to be a lot more difficult to play the Reinhardt here.
Yeah, you can use the high grounds, obviously. You can go for a more divey approach. Semper Lysa will try. We see the swap onto the Winston. And also Pawson now finally swapping to the end. I think the Juno was locked in for the speed boost, just to get a little bit of an extra distance here. And you see that they use that as best as they can. Grokka also swapping away from the Rhine. It's gonna be the
Hmm.
ball set. So who likes a good old clash of the dive tanks? Well, I guess we do. And there's already the first kills coming, and it's both support kills.
Yeah, Cheeseburger turned into a smash burger as they get dove upon by the Winston. And you
You're making me
see,
hungry. Can you stop that?
I know, it's getting up to dinner time soon, so we'll be eating some smash burgers, cheeseburgers soon enough. But Grokka not going to be eating too many meatballs. They're sent back to spawn, not getting a lot done there with the Wrecking Ball. Although Pagtail do currently have the point, despite the fact that they're down a tank, and of course Super's going to be able to stall that out a bit by just going into the ground before getting slept up and antied by Pause in there. And finally, the Wrecking Ball is going to get back, which means that the point is not going to be swapped over, with Swender not there anymore, and Grokka getting a double there as they swing in like a hero. That is a devastating fight for Lysa.
That is an absolute tilter. Like, you got this under control. Sure, you lost your tank there as well after Grokka fell. But you need to consider that Grokka's gonna be very quick. And then you're not able to close it out while your enemy already has the point. And remember, this is match point. This is elimination point. If Semper loses City Center, they lose this entire tournament. But this one, this looks quite good as Grokka loses all their HP. And that must be the chance for Semper to break through.
Pagtail, you see, just setting up to keep this control. I mean, that Life Weaver just means that if Grokka gets into trouble, they can get life gripped. You know, it might seem memey, but it does work in this situation, in this particular comp. Cheeseburger getting tased. Grokka does get slept up. Pozen has been hitting a lot of those sleeps, a lot of those nades, and is a factor that can turn things around for Lysa. So I've been liking to see them on the Ana. They're doing really well, and with this rally, they might be able to build up some percentage, but Pagtail have literally every ultimate.
Well, that's going to be quite the comeback here, and 79% is already quite the formidable amount, so Semper needs to play this perfectly. They also have a few ultimates up their sleeves. Wonder what Snoop can do with that blade, but of course there's going to be a lot of countermeasures. We see the overclock at first. Doesn't get a lot of things done, but Pokeface, I think, got shot here, and Daze Reox sees that immediately, goes for the kill here onto the rally, and that is massive. Swender needs to pop the Prime Rage to stay alive, and you somehow need to be able to re-engage as quickly as possible, because there aren't much percentage for you to leave. And Katus, well, of course, against that tree, you can't do much. Swender needs to be careful here. In best case, you get out, but look at that. The rest of the team is already gone here. And the beat doesn't reach Katus, though. The blade is out, but it doesn't matter anyways. That's gonna be it. Semper has no chance to get back into this, and alternate title is gonna take the map and take the series, which also qualifies them for the semifinal and also for some rewards.
Yeah, well, Pagtail, showing us that we're not yet done with very one-sided affairs. I do believe Lysa were one of the only teams to give us information. Unshocked, considering this is a Semper team in a Semper tournament. So we can talk a little bit about them. So looks like they were a low mid masters team. We've got some diamond 2 players here. So they were definitely kind of pushing themselves in terms of what they're able to do, and considering that their overall rank, how they performed against Pytel, is decent, especially with some star players. I mean, I was really impressed with Paulin. Sorry, Paul. Is it Pawson? Sorry, I've been saying the name wrong the whole time. My God. I'm gonna claim my one dyslexia card of the day for the cause of that. I do apologize. But yeah, Pawson definitely impressed me, and is one of the higher ranked players by the look at it, just glancing at this roster. So there's definitely some, potential there for Pawson to continue to improve. But yeah, Pytel will be meeting Hypnos now. And let's see, do we have an update on the other match? Yes. Okay. Meanwhile, Quick Academy are in the finals. They did beat 6X 2-0, so they are in the finals, which does put Hypnos and Pytel in a situation where Quick Academy They get to sit back and lounge and watch this match to see who will meet them in the finals.
That's going to be quite dangerous, but maybe even not needed considering how good and how confident Quick Academy is. But they will probably do that, especially against Hypnos. You shouldn't sleep. You shouldn't grow complacent. You should definitely do your homework. But still, despite of 6X being eliminated, there's reason to congratulate them. They made it to semifinals, which will qualify them for some prize money and for some FACEIT points. So they won't leave empty-handed. And we are curious to see Hypnos against Alternate Pytel. I mean, we have seen both teams now, even though Pytel rather short. What's your gut feeling? You think we're getting the grand final you were predicting?
I don't know. This could genuinely be the closest match that we have watched so far. Pytel versus Hypnos. There's a lot of similarities in skill level between these teams. I mean, my gut feeling still leans Hypnos, but I mean, Pytel are of a similar level. So genuinely, this could go either way. This could be our closest match. This might be our first 2-1 match in the best of three. That could be fun. Instead of seeing just one-sided 2-0s, we could see a little bit of diversity in the scores of these games. But yeah, either way, it's going to be much closer. This one. That's what I'm feeling in my gut. I still think Hypnos are the better team, but are they the better team today? That's the question. Specifically today, are they better, or can Pytel beat them?
Yeah, the question remains. But you're absolutely right. As I'm browsing through the bracket right here, every single game was 2-0. We have seen some who were very one-sided. And well, I would say that the game between Quick Academy and 6X that we saw the first map of seemed to be the closest one we have watched so far, which was quite refreshing. Still, I'm a little sad that 6X wasn't able to punch back at Quick Academy on the second map. Nonetheless, they did a good job. They delivered us that match, and I'm absolutely with you that Hypnos and Alternate Pytel are gonna be an absolute banger. And as you said, you also know the manager being part of the Couch Potatoes. That's funny. Can you elaborate on that? I would like to hear about that
Yes.
team and about your participation.
Yes. So there's a couple stories with these two teams I'll get into, but you've asked me about Couch Potatoes. So Couch Potatoes is the team that I started scrimming on. Back then, 4 years ago, we're almost 5 years old. Oh my god. Oh my
Impressive.
god. That's insane. That's
You
where
just realized.
that is insane. Started 2.7k. I was main tank. We brought the team from 2.7k up to 3.8. Was our kind of peak scrim range. So that's where that's the team that kind of brought me to Arena 51. That's when I started casting. I owe a lot to Couch Potatoes for bringing me into the world of competitive Overwatch and therefore casting. I met so many people through that I care so much about and are so deeply important to my life. I mean, we always talk about the competitive aspect of this, but think about the players as well. There's so many players on this that know each other, which brings me on to unless I'm having a senior moment, there's two players here who the last time I casted was in Battle for Glasgow, a Scottish university LAN tournament, but they were on the same team. Cheeseburger and Envy. Is it the same Envy? I'm not sure. I might be having a senior moment. But last time I did cast Cheeseburger was in a LAN tournament in Glasgow a couple months back, where they played for Strathclyde University, the better team out of all of the Glasgow universities and potentially all of Scotland. So there's some Scottish roots as well. A lot of players I know about, but yes, to go back to your question, Couch Potatoes is the reason I'm here.
I love stories like that, and I also like to see that in this very fast and rather short-lived life in esports, that there's some consistency, some things that can't be shaken that fast, and it's refreshing to hear that such a team has been stable for such a long time, which I really congratulate you on. I would love to see that more, because I'm one of these people that say that the best teams really evolve around that, evolve around being able to get used to each other and not just be good players on the servers, but also, in some sense at least, be good friends also away from it. Discord calls, or even on LANs if you're able to attend ones. And I like that. I'm kind, call me a romantic or something, but I just love these things.
Yeah, there's certain traditions in it as well. Like me and my close friend Crumble, who also was a caster partner of mine for a year or two there. Still very close friends. Aimbot Kevin, which is a player in Uniliga as well. I don't know a
Oh,
lot
aimbot
about.
Kevin! Oh
Yes,
my
Aimbot
god,
Kev. Yeah,
yes!
yes, he
Of
is on
course
the
I
couch
know him.
skills. Yes, by far the best player on the team, because he actually is in a Uniliga. He actually has another team that he actually scrims on. Kirstill's very much a laid back team now. We've like chilled out, we've mellowed out. We always have a German support player. That's just something we always have as well. I don't know, it's not something we intended. Just looking back on it, it's like, oh yeah, whoever it has been replaced by a German player. We've always had a German support player, so we always have that kind of base level as well. And close friends of mine play on that team that I've known for almost 20 years. Man, this conversation's making me feel old. Damn. But yeah, consistency is nice, and I'm sure, like many groups in Overwatch in Europe, we're going to be going to Stockholm. We're going to be watching OWCS and meeting up in Switzerland, Sweden. Oh my god, so many S-named countries. Sweden, which is very exciting, and I'm sure I'll meet a lot of people as well that I did last time, and I haven't gotten the pleasure to meet yet as well. So very exciting for Europe that we have OWCS in a European country, and we can all go together.
In the meantime, I'm looking around for aimbot Kevin, because I remember I've casted him twice in the context of Uniliga. Once in a very scuffed wildcard match against Bochum, which used to be my org back in the days in the Uni. And I remember that Bochum actually won against the team of aimbot Kevin. He's playing for Dresden, by the way. Dresden is more in Eastern Germany. And Bochum is more Western, but that's beside the point. And there was this very scuffed wildcard match where one of the players from Dresden had a fatal disconnect. Like, the internet just went poof completely. They were not able to restore it within the match time. So they had to play 4v5. Bochum won, but I have to, or everyone admitted that they would have absolutely deserved the win, and that if they would have been 5v5, they would have crushed Bochum with ease. And also Bochum said that. Like, they were like, okay, these guys were actually cracked. But if they wouldn't be missing a player, insane stuff. And right now, aimbot Kevin is for average cake enjoyer, which is also in the first league of Uniliga, so the highest class. They didn't have the spiciest season, really, but they were able to maintain class. So you're gonna see aimbot Kevin in the next season as well. But whatever happened then in the Uniliga, let's focus on now. We're gonna have the semi-final between two of the best teams in the Semper Community Showdown. Let's have it. Hypnos versus Alternate Pytel on Suravasa.
Now, I do think we're about to see the closest matchup. We do have someone on Wu Yang, but you can't do that. Don't think that's legal. So they're going to swap off. But yes, both teams here looking like they're going to go for a matchup. We might actually have our first straight up genuine mirror matchup. I doubt it though, because Cheeseburger's likely to stay on the Symmetra if I know them well enough, and that is going to be a bit of a spice. Okay, no. Yes, yes, they are. Okay, I knew
I mean,
it.
yes, they are, but that TP, was it just me or did it look a little bit short? I think I just saw a very short TP there. That was a bit wacky, but let's have it. Let's see how this works. Cheeseburger on the Symmetra, which makes sense, especially against the Ramatra. You're just such a nuisance to deal with. You just can't stand in front of him just blocking because the damage is gonna hurt you once that beam ramps up to level 3. And look at the chaos as well. It's gonna be a little bit hard, but that position from Daestriox is absolutely perfect. You get the kill onto Tricky, but you lose Cheeseburger as well, so it's a 4v4 and lots of damage against Envy.
And yeah, Kalos is going to go down there as NRG gets a lot of shots in. Lunar will follow up with the punch, but so low goes Groka, who is going to eventually fall. And with the first ram to go, it means that Pytel need to go back to the drawing board.
And also late staggers, we have to say. Hypnos really playing the time well. Daestriox just recently bit the dust, so that's gonna take a while for Pytel to come back here. But there's a good chance for them to do so. Luna also with a lot of charge already on that Annihilation compared to Pytel, was missing like 20%. That. Let's see if we see a feisty TP play at some point. But it's not going to be that easy. They will try to apply some pressure, but they will need the kills.
Yeah, if they can just ramp that beam level up, then they'll be in a great position. Especially if this TP onto the alt angle. Envy gets taken out, but the rush is still up, so it still is winnable for Hypnos. As it is matched there by Mine Rabbit. Dazed Drox though is going to fall as Lunar is just trying to survive this barrage of damage. With the sound barrier, they're able to do so. Cheeseburger will fall to the annihilation of Lunar, but finally Groka falls. This is going to be a situation where if Pytel want to win this, well, they really should have maybe invested a bit more, but I don't think Dazed was planning on getting taken out so quickly. I imagine they wanted to make use of that overclock.
And I think also there was a very good split-second decision to not commit onto the enemy and say, well, we're 4v5, we lost basically our best DPS in that case. Let's still try to engage. No, they didn't. They just took all their ultimates and just take them to the next point, which is going to be Temple. TP also on top of the building just to take space, scare away the Kiriko. So this is actually some good plan. I really like the plan that Pytel is laying out here, and you see some ultimates also here and use it. It was the beat from Katos to go aggressive into the backline of Hypnos, which works just fine as Groka just destroyed 2 people. Then Luna went for the quick reset.
Yeah, nice ult tracking there. Knew that this other sound barrier wasn't up yet. They could just be nice and aggressive with it. It wasn't going to get matched. Gets them the point that they can cement down. They've got this Symmetra wall as well, which can just split up the battlefield, especially since Tricky does have the overclock. Obviously, they can pierce through it, but it means that they can't use the primary fire to much success, and they'll get cut off the healing if they go too aggressive. So Cheeseburger's going to be looking to split this battlefield.
That was a little bit too much to handle for Luna, who tries to stay aggressive, but there's going to be the Kitsune Rush. Luna, though, with a great decision to just back out. There's nothing to be gained from that one. So the kite is good for now. There's Riox, nice position, but of course needs to be careful here. Only has the Lucio heals. Symmetra now with a TP onto the point here, but Hypnos, let's see what they can do. There's going to be the Symmetra wall just to split the Kitsune Rush, which is an interesting thing here in the elation also from Luna in front, but they can't really do much about that. Envy is already dead. They get the kill onto Cheeseburger, but of course the Kiriko will weigh a little bit more, but Katos drops way too low for his own taste energy with the kill here. But look at that. There's still something doable for Pytel, but they don't have any healing. Hypnos still relying on energy and Nyx, but Nyx is gonna fall here too, and there's not much left in the tank for energy either. Envy makes it onto the point here, I think, with the TP onto the Tracer, but it's not gonna be enough. Pytel strikes back, they play this well, and they get the job done. And Hypnos, again, not with a lot of ults, they only have the Lucio beat for now, which Katos is also working on.
Well, if they've been tracking it well enough, they could basically kind of match Pytel in their energy and just go aggressive with their own B. Tricky going down immediately, though, is probably going to cause them just to back up. You just can't fight this right now, and what will be a very, equal, neutral, non-ultimate fight. but you are building up to something on the Pytel side. The beat's going to be matched soon, so is the Kitsune Rush. Envy not ready at all. So Hypnos need to be careful. They need to be winning this fight as quickly as possible.
That's so much free time that Alternate Pytel got through this, but look at that. Now finally, Tricky should be back in the mix, so immediately Hypnos goes in. There's gonna be both beats immediately out, and you burn Luna's beat though immediately, and James Riox needs to find the target, gets a nice shot onto the Tracer, but doesn't secure the kill. On the other half though, Luna falls. Now Energy also bites the dust as well, and you see how disciplined Hypnos plays. They realize 2 people dead, the rest is in a good position. Let's just speed out, go back to the drawing board, not give too much ult charge, and regain some strength for the next one.
Yeah, by the time the beat came out from Hypnos, Katos was on 98%, built up just in time to basically match it. That's why Pytel are still in this fight. And now both Rams are going to be looking for Annihilation, but Envy has a pretty free Kitsune Rush here. Tricky takes down Dazed.
That's a massive take here already. The best CPS is gone. Katos falls now as well. That is the time for Hypnos to shine as the kills, they keep coming in. And that's gonna be the point flip, 62% in the end for Alternate Pytel. They're gonna be happy about that one though. They're also looking for some ultimates to use, but Hypnos has just the same weapons basically. So it's gotta be equal. They need to do a feisty job here and find somehow an opening.
Cheeseburger will be looking for some way to get their team onto point and to utilize their ultimate to split up the point. Lunar is on half health already, needs to back up, but they're going to be walking into so many ultimates. Both Annihilations up, but the Lucio is going to follow. Cheeseburger down, did not get the wall up actually, so they won't have that in their arsenal for this fight. They have swapped the point, surprisingly. Tricky could still bring out their overclock once they get back into this fight. The Lunar's completely split off from the rest of their team. Their their Kiriko did not have sightlines. They've allowed them to swap the point here despite having the tools to fight back. A curious decision here by Hypnos. Are they going to get touched? The Tracer's coming in, looking for it.
No,
Energy
man.
doesn't. Yeah, needs to back up. A bit of a mistake, I would say. They had the ultimates to stay in that fight.
And also now with Nyx dead, there's a chance that you could speed after the team and beat them before. Well, actually, they go very defensive. I was somehow expecting that they would see this as a chance to just speed into the enemy and kill them, but instead they just took the time, took the speed boost, went straight to point, which is gonna be Palace. Now let's see, there's Riox looking for a target to pierce. There's a pulse bomb attempt, but the Suzu's there to keep them alive anyways. Kitsune Rush now also committed from Alternate Pytel. Tricky in quite the tricky situation, absolutely pun intended, but he gets the kill on today's Riox here as well. It's a good one for Hypnos. They can turn this around. They use the aggression of Alternate Pytel against them, and even Katos doesn't survive this. So Hypnos was in the ropes, but they're not out yet.
Yeah, very much in the ropes because Energy disconnected. Energy has just joined back into this lobby. The fact that you were talking about that story earlier with Rainbow Kevin's team and them being 4 versus 5, that literally just happened. Pytel saw it and just come back onto the point. As it's, I mean, at the end of the day, it's a competition. You can't sit around and wait, but Energy was out of the lobby for a moment there. Now they're going to have to walk back, has lost all ult percentage, and they'll be walking into a beat from Pytel, but they've got so much here, including this rush, that they can just punch back in.
Immediately they disengage, but look at that, Energy is already down again. Groka needs to be careful here. There's going to be the beat just in time though to keep the Ramatra alive, but Hypnos answers with their own beat. Tricky still looking for the kills here on that overclock, but it's going to run out now. That's a lot of damage on the Cheeseburger, who still gets out alive somehow. Katos dancing with Groka on the point just to make sure that they survive that. It's a back and forth. I have no clue how Alternate Pytel stays alive here, but it is working their way. Absolutely, this fantastic team of Hypnos. Well, they're not looking defensive. Tricky doesn't even get out alive, and massive 83% and counting Alternate Pytel on the runway to getting this first map.
Yeah, it's going to be last-minute touches from the Lucio and the Tracer, but Tracer dead, so it's going to have to be the Lucio. Kitsune Rush on the point. There's going to be no way you can turn this around. I mean, let's call it what it is. It's unfortunate. Hypnos losing a player and therefore losing that last point is tough, but you can't laid down that Pytel didn't bring it, right? Pytel did. And Hypnos, they're on the back foot. But it's all about how you recover from here. You can't let it tilt you. You can't let someone, DCing, be the cause for you to lose your mental and to lose the tournament. Hypnos, they need to just quickly let bygones be bygones and go forward, because you know what the happiest animal on earth is? It's the goldfish, because it has a 3-second memory and it can't dwell on its own mistakes.
Fantastic, Gio.
Thank
Fantastic. We learned something today, right? So, but I absolutely I agree with you, and I would expect Hypnos to not tilt on that occasion. Of course, they're gonna kick themselves. They're gonna say, "Oh damn, that was unlucky." But it happens. They are semi-professionals. They know what they're doing. They're good players. So if they don't tilt in ranked, usually they don't tilt in team environments either. At least that's what I'm seeing, and thus I'm absolutely sure that Hypnos will take that to the chin and come back here. So we will see how the next map goes. And if Hypnos can punch back, I'm absolutely certain they're not going to lose any of their steam. Hopefully, we also lose no player on the way. That would be nice.
Yes, that would be nice. But so far, Cheeseburger's proven to envy who the better player on Straffers is, as that previous teammate now against each other rivalry continues. But it's all on Hypnos. It's how they respond. It's how they fight back. And they need to really lock in here. And now we go to Coliseum. And we're thinking, okay, what can we get done here? I'm trying to see who's banned. It looks like Hypnos just banned Venture 3 times. I don't really know if FACEIT's telling me the truth, though. I don't know what the hero bans are looking like at all.
Okay. I don't think that's intended, because usually, we're playing irregular tournament rules, so you should only be able to ban one hero each series as well. Like, when you ban Venture first map, you can't ban them on the second map. Neither can the enemy, so, it should be... That should be a bug. But, yeah. Also, is that a thing? Nyx is playing Wu Yang?
Yeah,
Not, right?
they'll be swapping off of it. I don't think it's tournament legal. The character's not even in comp, never mind. Well, not even in the game yet, never mind in comp. Just purely on a playtest. But, yeah, pretty much no changes here. Well, actually...
There's a change. A player change.
Yeah, there's a player change. There's a substitute. As Zupu has come in, and Cheeseburger is out.
God dang it. What meal would Zupu be? Whatever. No. Okay, chat is gonna love that one. Anyways. Let's see how they do. We see a very similar composition to earlier. Groka already dropping extremely low, was able to get behind the shield. The Nemesis form just came up in time, but look at Groka just getting way too hot here. Kentos also died here by Luna, who I think punched through the Romatra and got the kill almost accidentally. So there's that. Hypnos, we have been talking about their answer. There is the answer for now. A very ferocious and good first team fight.
Well, not to confuse things, but I don't know why you swapped to a Cheeseburger to just play the same character. They're both playing Symmetra. But, I mean, fair enough. Let's see how it goes. They are going to push forward onto the point here, as Grok is just going to force Lunar back, who's already used form and is on the back foot. They have the lead, so really they don't need to press the issue. They can, fall back a bit. Energy forced into that recall, but they is so low.
Nice
Need to drop off the high ground. The peel there from their Lucio as well, going to keep them up. And now the overclock going to be piercing into them, looking to just blast through the remaining members of Hytel. The both Kitsune rushes are up here. It's a very low HP. Lucio, who just gets that Suzu, stays alive, but Zupo will fall. So does Groka, and Hypnos continuing to stay in the lead. And like you said, they're coming back into this one with a fire and a fury.
And you see that they are very aggressive at punishing Groka's positioning. Like, you realize that whenever Groka is getting in trouble right now, Groka uses the Nemesis form and tries to maintain a front line. But unfortunately, if you do that, you put yourselves in the hands of the team and need to hope for something to happen, but they can just get too much pressure. And that first pick on Envy was absolutely crucial, as now Luna lost the main source of healing, and there was no way that they could speed that out. So there you go. Good one from Alternate Pytel. They can bring this back also quite dry, and they are looking on 4 ultimates.
Yep, they're stacked up. They've got a strong arsenal here. It's gonna be a tough one for Hypnos. It's gonna be on Zenix to have a great sound barrier to try and do the best. That TP high noon forcing them into such an awkward position, able to TP back and cause Lunar to ultimate there just to stay alive. The beat now forced from both sides. Zupo going super low, needs to watch that health pool. They're playing with death, so is Katos, who will eventually fall, but Envy does too. All from Matras just punching a Fury, but Grokka with their ultimate is going to be able to keep that for long enough that they can survive. Very good play by Grokka to hold on to their annihilation for as long as they did.
And they're also able to do the same to Luna now. Luna also tries to be in the front line, uses Nemesis form early, but once the Nemesis form runs out, and especially when your Ramatra still has the form, you're just a sitting duck. You're just waiting to be punched in the face. So there is that, and we also see an interesting approach from Alternate Pytel. They just push the bot a little bit, and once they realized that the respawn was hit now for Hypnos, they immediately went back. They didn't give any kills whatsoever to them. And I really like that approach, but we see the Kitsune Rush now coming in from Alternate Pytel, and they're looking for the kills right in front, but now the counter Kitsune comes in.
Yeah, we've got parallel Kitsune rushes up here between the beams of the Colosseum as the gladiators continue to fight, but the Colosseum's been split up by a new addition. An external wall has been risen. Tricky is going to have to back up, does have the overclock, is going to have to pull it here. Takes Karos very low. That Suzu keeping the Lucio alive for just a moment there. 1 HP in a dream. Dazed is just about kept alive as they're hiding from the intense pressure that Tricky is putting on. High noon takes Tricky out as a little bit of a return to center. And now Pytel are in a beautiful position where they're just about to get this butt scratch here. Annihilation from Lunar is going to keep them alive. That pulse bomb almost takes energy out, but Lunar does get hit by it quite hard. Beat comes out, Karos is about to have theirs to match it, but it's not online quick enough to keep Dazed alive, and now they're on the back foot. They're also using the Annihilation just to stay alive, but it's not enough. The forward spawn's unlocked, and they're still not winning this fight cleanly. Katos was 1 pixel away from getting that Mega, and Grokka falls, but Pytel, very importantly, got their forward spawn.
Oh, that's devastating for Hypnos. They had a good chance to keep them away from the forward spawn. The engage was perfectly timed, and they had so much pressure, but they forgot the point just for a little bit. And of course, you just put 1 player onto the bot, and that's it. That's all you need, because the bot is gonna move in the same speed. Anyways, Daze Riox though, always playing with their life, we have to say. So many times where we see Daze Riox somehow survive here, and again gets out away from the grasp of the Kitsune Rush. But now they're kind of trapped there in this little small room, a little bit split too. Let's see if Hypnos somehow can make this work. It looks fantastic, and look at that. That is a massive mistake here. Mind Rabbit using that Kitsune Rush in belief that they can somehow turn this fight around, but that's just not the case. So that's massive for Hypnos.
Yeah, that's a sort of misplay that just opens the door completely. It's often said that push doesn't start until 3 minutes. Well, we're approaching there, and Hypnos, they're approaching their forward spawn. Tricky, not even letting them get close, has already pulled the trigger on overclock here. The TP not utilized. Tricky will fall as they went a little bit too aggressive, and that symmetrical wall allowed Pytel to push up nice and quickly. Daze will fall to Envy, so there is still the opportunity here, but they have not got that forward spawn. The bot has been stolen as well, but with Zupo going down, the chance opens up yet again. Grokka try to take out the Lucio. Another brilliant Suzu thrown out there to keep them alive as Pytel struggling on the edge here. Kratos is going to get taken down by that vortex, and now the annihilation for Grokka will not be enough to keep them alive. And despite putting ultimates into it, they have not won that fight, and they are going to allow the forward spawn to be reached by Hypnos. It's now equal. Hypnos in the lead.
Wow. What a match. It looked so nice for alternate Pytel, but now look at how this ends up. Tricky now in the Kitsune Rush using that railgun to put Zupo into the body bag. Absolutely fantastic for now. Hypnos, they have the pressure up, and it's so important because remember, if they would lose Colosseo, they would be out of this tournament, and we know that this team is capable of so many things. Dace Riox, nice angle. It takes some damage out of the enemy, but Tricky the one taking the kill here onto Cap. And he slaps him in the face, gets that kill. Hypnos with another crucial win on the team fight. It's a little bit prolonged here. They still try to survive it. Ketos will use that beat, which also makes sense. The spawn is just around the corner and you have a TP from Zupo. So you can survive a little bit, but that's the thing. Just a little bit. Grokka is already dead again.
And now we're 90 seconds to the end of this match. Hypno's threatening to actually full cap the map. Dazed has the high noon. Zupo's coming up to wall, but Tricky, more importantly, is going to have overclock. Envy as well can match it with Kitsune Rush.
Ooh.
Envy doesn't even need it to hit the kunai into the head of the cowboy. There goes the hat. Zupo falls to a clothesline from Lunar, and the annihilation will not help Rocket there. Hypnos storm forward, fight back, and they make a statement to Pytel. You will not defeat us. 1-1, finally. In one of these best of 3 matches, we have a back and forth 1-1 match point both sides.
Now that's what we love to see, right? That is exactly what we casters live for. Games like these, 2 teams, a level on level, and they just perform when it's the most, well, the closest and the most crucial to just show off your skill. You want to get into the grand final. You want to face the best. And right now, both teams are showing why they want to be in the grand finals. We're going to have an additional map. I love it. Those teams are so good. It is so fun to watch them, to see some proper Overwatch with their own handwriting. And we get an extra. We get an actual tiebreaker. I couldn't be happier, man.
I know. After so many matches that we've just not been able to see the entirety of, now we get to see the full Monty of these teams going back and forth. And my God, the Kirikos on both sides are keeping their teams alive so much. The Suzus are perfectly timed. There's so many moments where Lucio should be gone. Should be just not on the fight anymore. Eradicated, sent to spawn the quick way. But Suzu comes in and saves them. And that's on both sides as well. They both are having strong performances. And now you got to think, okay, do we bring back Cheeseburger then? Because that swap didn't quite work out for us. Now it looks like we're going to Runasapi. Are we going push to push? Is that what we're doing?
Is that a thing?
I mean, I'm not complaining if that's the case. I like Runasapi. I do like the map. But either way, Pytel are now in the situation where they need to not let their mental game get ahead of them. They need to not be thinking, okay, we only won Servasa because they dropped a player, right? They need to stay locked in, stay focused, keep playing their game. But right now, Hypnos are just playing a little bit smarter. When they were in the lead and push, they knew they could back up and not need to engage in fights that they could lose ball control for a bit. They knew that. They're very smart. They're very level. And that is going to be what wins a team a tournament on a given day. Pytel, they just need to match them at that level and just play as smart as they are and not constantly play themselves into disadvantages where they need to kind of clutch things out, if you know what I mean. Play smarter, not harder at the end of the day.
Yeah, that made the difference earlier too. Exactly that situation stood out for me, that they win the team fight, push the bot a little bit, and then realize, okay, now it's going to be spawn advantage for the enemy. If we stay here, we are dead and we're going to lose this team fight for free. Why not back out? And, well, they lost the match because at some point, and you also pointed that out, I can't agree more with your analysis in that case. That whenever Hypnos was able to, you know, circumvent these smart moments, they were above Alternate Pytel. So, of course, Alternate Pytel needs to play this smart and smarter as Hypnos. I'm not sure. Well, it seems like we are actually going to Runa Sapi. I'm a little bit in shock. I was talking about tournament rules earlier, where you usually can't play a mode twice. But for some reason, we're gonna see it now. And just as you, I'm also not gonna complain because of Runa Sapi. I have to say, also grew on me, even though I didn't play it that much, admittedly. But it's a nice map. It looks fine, and it also has a layout that opens up for so many playstyles.
But the main question for this matchup here, which, by the way, Cheeseburger is back for Pytel. The main question I have is, Hypnos, straight up, they look like the better team on push. They seemed like they just understood the map type a bit better. They were playing to the objective a bit better. That's what Pytel needs to match right now if they want a chance, because we're still on the push map type. We're going back-to-back push here in the tournament. Not regular, but I love it. It's definitely leans for Hypnos, though. Pytel, they need to pull a magic rabbit out of the hat. And not only do they have to be smarter, they have to play harder, better, faster, and stronger.
What a quote. That's another one to write down. Fantastic. I know where that's from, don't worry. Anyways, we also see the swap back, by the way. Zupo is out when we see the Cheeseburger, who will absolutely be hungry for a victory for their team. And Broca again dropping very low here. The composition's quite similar to what we saw earlier. Cheeseburger, the first one to fall here. A massive punch from Luna puts him to the ground. And the rest of the team will fall just like that. And the first team fight, a feisty one for Hypnos.
Yeah, Hypnos got Pytel to a situation where Pytel were so stacked together, which is, to be fair, how they want to be playing, that they all kind of got booped up into the air just a little bit, which allowed Tricky to just get the follow-up there, take down Cheeseburger, and from there the cars just continue to fall. TP, they didn't use it, bit of a fake out. And it has kind of pushed Hypnos a bit back. Cheeseburger, though, needs Isuzu to stay alive, but Mind Rabbit will not have it to keep themselves alive. Tricky, taking a lot of damage, just playing to this corner, has such an advantage map-wise. Now with the Kitsune rush, it will not be matched, and has sent Groka to the spawn. And my god. Yeah, Hypnos are just playing with fire and fury already with the forward spawn.
Quite the confidence from Alternate Pytel to go on push twice now that I think about it. Because even though Runasapi is a different map, the tactic doesn't really differ that much overall. The game plan is somewhat the same, and I found Hypnos to master that and to be able to find a dent in that armor of Alternate Pytel. Now they try to go aggressive here in front. There's going to be the beat committed from both teams yet again. Now the question, what is Luna going to do with that? That's going to be the annihilation. If Pop, you want to stay in front, you want to make sure you have the space. It's going to run out though because nobody is peeking you, but now it's the chance for Tricky to show off. Everyone is in that small room, goes aggressive. Lots of trust on that support line, but now with that Symmetra wall in front, there's not much you can do, even as a Sojourn. And that should seal the deal in this team fight for Alternate Pytel.
Yeah, I thought for a moment the Hypnos were just looking to bleed Pytel with as many ultimates as possible, but once the overclock happened from Tricky, it looked like they just wanted to win the fight. Tricky went so aggressive there, just a little bit overbearing, and basically put himself into a situation where they had to clutch it out or die, and well, it didn't work out for them because Groka had form. But now, Dazed has their own overclock, and moving into this next section of the map could be something that unlocks the forward spawn for themselves.
Oh, the TP placed in the back. Oh, I see why. Oh. What a play from Dazed with that overclock at the TP.
Okay.
Look at that. A 3-piece. Oh, baby, a triple. I can't believe it. What a nice play between Dazed, Riox, and Cheeseburger. That's what we love to see. That's why we love Overwatch.
Yeah, and now they're gonna get this forward spawn. have TP down for the moment, but it's a quick cooldown, so they will be able to get onto the high ground again. Hypnos have Kitsune Rush when they push in here. It's not going to be matched by much. Alternate Pytel, really, they just have to back up, wait it out, come back with their Ramatra ultimate, just annihilate in here and just survive this rush for the meantime as Mine Rabbit is getting closer to their own 90%, and yet Hypnos have not found a single elimination right now, which is great for Pytel, but Pytel need to be the ones to make a move here as they go aggressive with a fake TP. Of course, Grokka knows that it can go forwards here. They've got the ultimate to stay alive, but finally, that Kitsune Rush, Lunar is just going to absolutely fall like a pile of cement, and now Pytel are in a brilliant position where they'll be able to get in the lead here.
And that's definitely a thing. Alternate Pytel have countered so well. They played this so nicely. You have seen that, how they were able to manage that Kitsune Rush. But look at that. Envy gets the kill on the Katos. Alternate Pytel, they don't mess around. They immediately run for the hills. No questions asked. Oh, our loser's dead. He wasn't even able to finish his last scream, and everybody just ran. Interesting.
Yeah, just echoed off into the ether. They don't have the lead yet, but that was definitely a smart play to back up so they can have a bit more of a structured fight here. But ultimate wise, are coming up against an overclock. They do have to beat to stay alive against it though. Kitsune Rush coming out from Envy, that was built really fast actually, and energy falling immediately does mean Hypnos, they do have to kind of work from that back foot, and despite the fact that they use that Kitsune Rush, they don't get a chance to use the overclock. Lunar doesn't find anything with his annihilation, and Pytel went out that fight so conservatively with just the Symmetra ult. They have every other ult still available.
And also they weren't in the lead there because we saw that Hypnos was able to contest just in time, but that should be changing. Well, energy it tries to delay, but it's not gonna get you anything other than dead. So there is now the chance for Alternate Pytel to build up a nice cushion for them in case Hypnos takes this back. But as you said, the ultimates, they look fantastic on the red side of things. And we'll wait out what they can do with it. There's again... Oh, I was about to say the TP, but we also see an interesting swap here. A Pharah from Energy. You try to be more ferocious on the poke.
Yeah, and try to be the... a factor to just take down Cheeseburger on the Symmetra, but Tricky immediately goes down. And you can see how smart Pytel are playing. They've got the lead, they're not putting themselves into too much danger. They're just bleeding out these ultimates and matching them. As Lunar is going to fall, so is NRG. Pytel have done exactly, beat for beat, what they needed to do. They've played smart, they've got themselves in the lead, and they're not overextending. And that's exactly the change that has matched Hypnos and got them into the lead, but there's still 3 minutes remaining. Hypnos are still able to bring this one back, but ultimate-wise, it's going to be tough.
Kitsune Rush coming up, though, very soon. That should be their ticket to get somehow out, but we know Alternate Pytel, they should have this on the clock. Katos is dead, though. Energy with a very crucial kill here. Grokka was looking for the kill on Luna, but immediately gets poked out here. So let's see if they can extend this fight again, because even without their loser, they're somehow surviving. Grokka is gonna use too many resources, though, from the Kiriko. There's just not much for you to do. If they would have been able to extend this fight again until Katos is back, I don't know what I would have done. That would have been such a masterclass, but it's not gonna happen. Hypnos is there and will retake the bot, but we're gonna have a forward spawn for every member of Alternate Pytel, so they can re-engage pretty quickly.
You've got Barrage here. That in itself, if set up correctly, could win a fight. Just getting a single pick like a Kiriko or a Lucian. But Pytel, they're playing smart. They don't want to go through that way because they feel like they'd be in danger of that Barrage. They want the longer sight line, so it's difficult for Energy to utilize it. Lots of ultimates on both sides, though. Cheeseburger's coming up to the Symmetra wall, which could just be right in the face of Energy as the ultimate here to counteract the Barrage. Oh!
That's massive. Well, the barrage wasn't UC either. Daestriox was a fantastic kill here onto the Pharah. But let's see, Annihilation is there from Luna. Immediately gone as well. So you just use that to stay alive here. Also needs to get into the Nemesis. Nemesis form immediately. Needs a lot of help from those supporters, but it's gonna work. The beat is there to keep Luna alive, but now that the beat is gone and Luna doesn't have a form, Groka goes in with that Annihilation. Perfect space here, but Tricky gets the kill on the Katos. Elton and Pytel, despite of their aggression, getting their pants pulled down, and that is the call for Hypnos to go in. Both tanks though dead, so that's gonna be feisty.
Yeah, without Lunar, it's going to be difficult to upkeep this, but if Hypnos are able to win this, they put themselves into a wonderful position. They are able to push it forward to get the forward spawn. I think Lunar missed it, though. I think Lunar is actually back spawned, but they'll be able to get them back fast. They've held on to both DPS ultimates. They're coming up to the rush. Right now, it's on Pytel to survive. Okay, we've got 40 seconds. Hypnos absolutely have the lead in terms of the arsenal of ultimates here. It's up to Katos to have a good sound barrier to counteract it. This is actually going to be really tricky for Pytel to hold on to this lead.
Energy needs to find an angle somehow, but of course they're gonna keep a close watch on that Pharah. And now Tricky, the one that needs to use that overclock, but a little bit far away, not really in the position to get that much done. But Groka was still in front, gets a lot of damage, forces out the beat. That could be the situation here for Energy to go in, and that's gonna happen. You get 2 kills and a third one added to that. You lose Nick, but you have gotten 3. That's gonna be it. Hypnos, they were down, they were out, there was not much to do here. But still, let's see. It's gonna be overtime. It's gonna be overtime. Let's see if there's a retouch possible. There is one, definitely. Tested was there, but how long can they keep this up? Energy with a kill on the Katos.
Kitsune. Tricky takes down Daze. It's still back and forth, but Lunar finds Cheeseburger. The Kitsune rush and overclock was not enough. They got it. Hypnos with a brilliant comeback. They utilized their ultimates perfectly. They used overclock to force ultimates first. They used the Kitsune rush to make sure the beat came out. As soon as the beat started to fade off, Energy went over the top, barraged right on top of them, got 2 eliminations. And from that point, there was just no coming back. There was a brief moment where Pytel could have saved it. Very, very brief with the overclock and the Kitsune rush, but it just was not for them. Hypnos proved themselves here to not only be a smart team, but a team that can bring it back in a clutch moment, which is what we've just witnessed. My god, that was definitely by far the closest map that we've seen so far in the tournament, and it is in fact Hypnos up against Quick Academy in the finals.
Perfect prediction as always, Gio. But what a match, man. I hope the grand final is just half as exciting as this match was, because that was an absolute banger. And I'm so happy that we got that on cam in 4K. Like, that's exactly what you want to see on your broadcast. Fantastic. Also, congratulations to both teams here. Hypnos, of course, for making it to the grand final, but also Elton and Pytel for getting to the semifinals, which secures them some of that fantastic prize money and FACEIT points. And
yes, 10k points for both alternate Pytel and for 6x. So both of them got 10k. Now it's time. It's time to wait for Quick Academy versus Hypnos to face off for the 50,000 grand prize for FACEIT and 50 euros as well. And these two teams are going to be looking to bring it. It's going to be best of 5 as well, so we've got a little bit more room to play with. But for Hypnos, they have to contend. The Quick Academy have just sat and watched that entire match unfold. So they're going to be they will have been theory crafting, strategizing. Not that these teams don't know each other. These teams definitely know each other, but it means the Quick Academy has a little bit updated knowledge of what Hypnos are up to today. But my god, this is going to be a close finals. Definitely don't miss it. We're going to be going to a brief break so that we can give our players just a little bit of rest before the next matchup, because Hypnos, they've just been through the map 3 best of 3. So we'll be right back after this break with our grand finals. Don't go anywhere too far. 10 teams, 8 total matches, single elimination, 1 victor. And now it's time for 2 teams, the 2 last remaining squads, to face off against each other to see who is better today. It is Hypnos versus Quick Academy in the grand finals, fighting for 50,000 FACEIT points and €50, and more importantly, to see who is the better team. And boy, are we kicking off with such a great match, because the last match was so close. Hypnos and Pytel, they went to war against each other. Well, that battle's finished, but the war is not over.
And I was almost sad that this was already over, because that game was such a banger. So many nice moments individually and on a team level. So many smart moments. strong moments, such a showing of both teams would have deserved this to be a grand final. But instead, let's see if there was actually a bigger fish in the pond that we didn't notice. Let's see if Quick Academy versus Hypnos is gonna be that show that we both expect. We know both of these teams, they are here for good reason. They have shown they are the best in this tournament. But who is it truly? The question, you have already said it, that remains to be answered, and we're gonna see it just in mere minutes.
Yes, and with this now being a best of 5 rather than a best of 3, there's going to be a lot more to explore, a lot more map types, hopefully, that we get to see. Will we see back-to-back push maps again? Perhaps, but will we see a little bit more than just push and clash? Maybe, but Servas has definitely been a staple of the tournament so far. I'd be shocked to see if we don't go there right off the bat, but I think I saw it correct. We may be going to run a Sappy first of all, which makes sense. A quick esport, quick academy would definitely want to go to Runasapi because they've literally just watched Hypnos in Runasapi, and Hypnos only just about edged out a win there. So maybe Quick have a little bit of flavor to add where they're confident to take them to Runasapi.
And I wonder if maybe Hypnos learned something from there, and because I felt like they have been adapting quite nicely to alternate Pertel, where I really had the feeling that at some point they were taking leaves out of their book. We have been praising Alternate Pertel for their discipline, for the way they handled space and how they backed off when they really didn't have to be overextending. And I felt like Hypnos was adapting to it by applying that tactic on their own and really showing that they are capable of doing just that, and they're gonna need all of this wit and all of this tactical superiority against that fantastic team of Quick Academy.
Well, only one can be the victor. Both teams, equal skill level, clashing. And already we're getting an idea that we're not going to see too much variation from what we've expected from these teams before. With already the Junker Queen on the side of the Quick Academy, we've seen them prefer to go for this composition, pair it with the Venture, kind of go for those kind of dual angles of the Queen and the Venture, and kind of find good picks there with Massaboy, who has been very clutch as well for Quick Academy. Meanwhile, Hypnos going for their standard Ramatra composition.
I also wonder if there was an Orisa ban in, but probably not, because we didn't see Hypnos really whip out the Orisa anyways, so I would be surprised to see it. But yeah, Massaboy, absolutely crazy performance in earlier matches, absolutely clutch from them. And let's see how this goes. For now, the aggression a little bit too much for Curvely, which is the reason why you primarily get out, but not really out, just rotate away, take a breather, and then immediately re-engage with a different angle. Luna, and a lot of a pickle here. Massaboy goes deep here with Fleecard together, and they're trying to disrupt this team. Luna is left alone right now in front, but immediately gets back to his team, and that's a massive kill. Energy will kill onto Massaboy. Both DPS dead, in fact.
Yes, both teams playing it coy, playing it smart, but of course the first elimination falls, and Hypno stacks the deck in their favor. But also Tricky doing so much that they've already got that high noon ready. They can position themselves nicely to force Quick Academy off and away from the point, and maybe even secure this forward spawn as the bot begins to go around the corner. You see Tricky setting up on this angle here just to get the best view of the point available for this one. Envy as well setting up over there to keep them alive.
I really wonder how useful this composition of Quick Academy really is gonna be. I mean, we all love the green rush, but how really fair against that composition? There was the window here. Tricky gets booped away a lot, almost gets the shot onto Elk, but they somehow get out alive, but just for a short bit, because Nyx was already around the corner. And would you look at that, just as you already called out, there was the chance to take the forward spawn. That's exactly what's gonna happen. For now, the confidence of Quick Academy to really take Runasapi doesn't pay off.
To be fair, this is exactly what happened against Pytel, and then Pytel turned around on them, and with Lunar just going down to the amount of damage coming from that Kitsune rush, it's just going to fall apart. But Hypnos, very importantly, they didn't have any ultimates to waste. They're not going to be too upset about that. They can take this fight with them all getting that forward respawn.
Honestly, I think I owe Quick Academy an apology. I just said that, and immediately the next moment they just whipped out the David Copperfield tricks and just made Hypnos disappear from the map. But they are immediately back there. That's the magic of respawn, and Tricky already with a clutch killer on the clear card. Lots of that's a good chance. The ball's coming down Curfew in the middle of everything. The beat a little bit too late. I'm not sure why Curfew didn't get the beat. Probably the sideline was not ideal. So you lose the tank like that. Masterboy can't escape either. And Hypnos is again back in the driver's seat without even dropping a centimeter to Quick Academy.
The Envy already had that immortality field up by the time carefully went for the rampage. Oh, Chillicard getting completely staggered there. That's awful. They're going to lose a lot from that. Tricky continuing to do so much, and Matsuboy's trying to like equalize here by taking out Lucio, but doesn't get into the ground fast enough, and it's all just falling apart for Quick right now. They need a very strong showing from either Chillicard or Matsuboy with their ultimates.
Oh boy. Oh, I'm not so sure about that one. Click on.
Oh!
You say goodbye to your blade. Well, so much for that. Obviously, the high noon is gonna be a big thing here. But Elijo with a good kill onto Tricky turns that into a 4v4. You also have that seismic slam. I keep saying that. Anyways, Blade out for energy. Doesn't really find anything though with the new nerf weapon. And well, only finds death apparently. So still, stability is there for Quick Academy. They are able to take back the bot with a little bit of investment, of course, but both teams, I guess, did that. So at least that Quick Academy, though, they have to face the forward respawn of Hypnos. At least they're looking at a Kitsune rush, which is going to be a big feat.
Yeah, this Kitsune rush is likely to win them this next fight, but they don't have too much past that other than the rampage, so you don't want to be using both these ultimates in this fight. They need to get the win purely off this Kitsune rush. You already see Hypnos backing up because they don't want to fight into it, but Quick Academy, they don't want to push too much far past the Kitsune rush either. So now they are going to have to invest this rampage if they want to win this fight and start to get some movement on the bot for their own side. Yeah, so close to getting the Lucio, just about gets it. Massive follows up. Does fall down to NRG. It's not as clean as they'd want it, but finally NRG will fall, and you are going to see Lunar just slowly go down here. It's going to back up momentarily, but they still have not yet got any movement, and Hypnos has decided, you know what, we're going to stay in this fight. We are actually going to rampage this, which is awful because Envy's back now and has the window as well. So if they want to keep Lunar alive, they can do so very easily. And with carefully going down, there isn't going to be any movement for the ball for the side of Quick Esport. Hypnos have completely held on to this one. The confidence with which they've done so is telling me this might actually be a very clean sweep for Hypnos if they keep up this level of energy.
Crazy call, by the way, from Hypnos to realize that you just need Luna and Envy to stall the card. I mean, they did nothing else. They're tricky though with the high noon. Gotta find something with that. Doesn't look like it, but at least these zones. He's in the middle of the road. Curfew also gets out here, but Master Boy in the end gets the kill here. Click out with 2. It goes a little bit back and forth, but I think Quick Academy is up a little bit. There's a window though, which you need to respect. Now there's a chance though for Curfew to go in. Cassidy is zoned away from the Baptiste, and that is the time to take some blood. But still, the lead is 133 meters against 0. So Quick Academy is right now just occupied and fighting back. They're not really gaining any ground whatsoever.
If I had a penny for how many times I've seen a push map get turned around with 3 minutes to go when it was this one-sided, I'd have a couple pennies. Perhaps I might get even more as the Kitsune Rush comes out, but again, it's Groundhog Day. Hypnos back up, they play the angle, the Lunar goes a little bit too far in, actually. Yeah, it's going to get chewed up. The beat does not hit them. Like you said, just about too late. They are actually going to invest the Rampage as well, which long term might not be the smartest idea, but clearly they felt they needed it. And finally, Quick Academy are going to get some movement on the bot and put themselves on the map.
It would be so funny, by the way, if today is a day where you find another penny. That would be crazy. Like,
That would be
imagine,
crazy.
imagine that. You've just called it, and now finally at the 3-minute mark, we see Quick Academy taking over the bots. And
Oh
what
no!
was the? Oh no! Can we call that caster curse? I don't know. Tricky.
Oh my god.
Tricky, for instance, doesn't freaking care. Takes the 2-piece here. Curfly is dead again. So Quick Academy gaining a little bit of ground after getting a breather. Well, that's gone quite quickly. Just a fleeting moment.
Tricky is for sure the front runner of, player of the tournament so far. I mean, what they've been able to do in every match that they've been in, and the mechanics as well that they've showcased, have just turned it around for Hypnos time and time again and controlled matches at times. Clickard, a bit of bother needs to back up. Rotate, but has the plate now and the beat.
Nice play though with that combination. You make sure that Chili Card can go ham on that high noon. Gets a 2-piece here, gets finished off, but it doesn't matter. The damage is already done, and you see Hypnos. They're not wasting any time. Envy jumps off the map just to make sure that you get that quick respawn. A clever move, and a very small one as well. Like, that's honestly something that every player should at some point do here, but they find Master Boy, who needs to get out. And you see that they push the bot towards the middle, so they could at least get rid of the forward spawn. Then immediately got out, and now is the time to shine. Energy once carefully dead, but gets pushed away a little bit. Now has to push into a Kitsune Rush. Still keeps swinging, doesn't get a kill. Annihilation also in front from Luna. Lots of pressure on the front line of Quick Academy. Way too much as the DPS whip out Blade and Revolver to get the kill here. And that's gonna be that team fight again. 45 seconds only to play, and Quick Academy is on the back foot.
Quick Academy are going to need nothing short of a miracle if with 30 seconds they want to capture the entire map. They would need to put Hypnos into such a tailspin. I don't see it happening. Quick Academy, they have some tools in their arsenal here, especially if Master Boy could be able to go in with Tectonic Shock. But they haven't found anything yet, just going after Tricky. Needs to back up though immediately. Get punched as soon as they popped up. It's whack-a-mole. Bye-bye Venture. Rampage as well right into the sound barrier. Envy super low though. Could still get taken out, gets healed up in time. Carefully falls. And that will be that. Without a Blade getting all 5 of them, I doubt there's much else they can do to turn this one around. Hypnos in such a strong position with the high noon. Gets when dude does actually go down as Massive Boy continues to be a player that looks to turn every situation into a victory. Is this the one? You actually do see Lunar is on the back foot here, just blocking as much as they can, coming up to their annihilation, however. Be ready from quick, but they didn't use it. Carefully goes down, beat super late to the mark. Without their tank, they're going to have to be contesting against Ramatra. Overtime ticker needs to be contested constantly, but you don't have the tank to do so. Blickard has already used the deflag. There's nothing else that they can do. Overtime ticks away, and Hypnos are looking even stronger than they did against Pytel.
They definitely learned something from that Runasapi map against Pytel. Absolutely. This display was much different. What you should also consider is that they came out of this game fresh, you know? Of course you could say, well, they're a little bit exhausted, but maybe it's the opposite. Maybe we could say they're warm. But look at those reactions. That's the play we called out earlier. No, personal. What a fantastic display. The mechanics on Tricky are absolutely worthy of a winner. And let's see for now. Definitely looking feisty for Hypnos. What a Runasapi map. I'm impressed.
Yeah, definitely a strong opening to this best of 5 grand finals, and Quick Esports have been forced into the position of needing to answer back. It's not that Quick Academy played, really poorly. Hypnos were so smart about how they took engagements, and twice a very crucial moment happened, and it was pretty much identical where Kitsune Rush was used at the pivot point of the map, and Hypnos just backed up. Now, in one of those instances, we did see Quick Academy. They're able to follow up with the Rampage and actually got a victory. But that initial fight with that Kitsune Rush was such a devastating loss for Quick Academy that they didn't really recover that momentum. And by the time that they did, Tricky got a headshot, and the rest was history.
And another part of history is a certain map that we keep seeing over and over again here in the Semper community, Showdown. And we were just able to get a glimpse of the next choice, and of course it's gonna be Suravasa. What else? I think every single matchup featured Suravasa, at least the ones that we saw on stream. So we are excited once again to see this map again. Hypnos, this time on the blue side. So they swapped that one around, which is funny to see that on Flashpoint. I think I've never seen that a team actually opts to switch sides on a Flashpoint or push. I don't know. Do you see that?
There has been arguments made when they rework this map that I think there's a particular point that one side has an advantage on, and it's the side the Hypnos is on, I think. No, it's not actually. Perhaps I'm just talking completely out of my rear end, and that's not the case at all. But either way, Hypnos are going to continue to just play their strength. They're going to keep playing into what they want to play. Meanwhile, Quick also look like they're going to continue with this Junker Queen combo, but the issue is that that Ramattra can just stay alive for so long, and Hypnos has lost a player, the same player that they lost last time on Servasa. Is it a Servasa issue?
I have no clue. Is this energy again that disconnects? And unfortunately, since FACEIT is the one that gets that lobby in, there's no pause. So for now, they have to settle with a 4v5, which, yet again, very unlucky, but, well, they have to make it work now. Let's see. Maybe there's a miracle happening. Energy at least reconnected last time pretty quickly. Tricky gets out of the situation thanks to the lamp, but not for long as Chilicat is right behind him. But Luna gets another crucial kill onto Muscle Boy, gets pulled in though by Curfly, and that's gonna seal the deal for this team fight. Still waiting for Energy to reconnect and see if that's gonna happen.
Yeah, it's a tough situation, but at the end of the day, compared to what happened earlier to Hypnos on the final point, you'd much rather happen on the first point, so that you can recover and kind of come back rather than being on the backfield on the final point of the map. So now they can like continue on, and they still have a chance to go into this. It just means the energy's behind on the ult game, and Quick Academy are in a very strong position. But if any team can fight in a disadvantage, it's Hypnos.
Oh, absolutely. Energy also going onto the Genji. We haven't seen too much of them here. Luna also using that that form just to stay alive. Quick Academy now, they have a lot of point pressure, and of course they can rotate quite aggressively. It's gonna be a Kitsune Rush committed here, and the kill though, they come from Quick Academy. Of course, on the back of that Kitsune Rush, Luna gets the kill onto Elko, but you need some miraculous follow-up kills to really gain the upper hand here, which is not gonna happen. So market is gonna go to Quick Academy, 100% certain. Hypnos just again with that bad luck with the disconnects.
Hypnos were doing a rotate there to go for the longer sightlines, which plays more into their composition versus Quick Academy, who've got the Junker Queen and the Venture. But Quick Academy saw that, and they counter-rotated perfectly, hit them in the face of that Kitsune Rush. Perfectly played by Quick Academy, so you can't underplay that Quick Academy played smart there, even though that they had the advantage from that disconnect. But oh my god, so much damage onto Carefully.
Oh boy, you need to be very careful with that. There's gonna be the blade out, but immediately you back out once you hear Tricky popping their ultimate. And Hypnos here with a fantastic team fight. Exactly, that's the answer you would expect from such a prestigious team. And they get this point here. Runes, at least the first percent, go to them, but they have to be, of course, careful. No beat, and Curfly, though, has that Rampage up.
Yeah, they did spend 3 ultimates to win that fight there, so Quick Academy are in a pretty decent spot. Here comes a Rampage. Carefully goes so deep, they're a little bit cut off from the rest of their team, put themselves into a situation where they need a Soundbar to stay alive. Now Lunar just holding on for dear life as Envy and Cynics try and keep them alive. They're able to back up onto point. Here comes a tectonic shock, but is matched by the blade. Energy looking to slash down and try and equalize here, as Massboy is completely in the back here, looking to try and take out any of the squishies with that tectonic shock. But the window now popping up. Envy looking to try and equalize here. Massboy is going to go down, but Clickard finds Envy. That means that sustain no longer there for Hypnos. Hypnos, if they want to win this fight, they need to do it with speed because they don't have the sustain to stay alive. Now you see marching forward Lunar trying to get an elimination, but Quick Esports, they're playing coy. They are down members as well. Clickard going in, gets a deflate to stay alive. Kitsune Rush, that's going to seal the deal. Lunar will fall, and now Quick Academy are going to be able to take this fight, but they are going to lose Massboy again to Tricky, who finds a sneaky pick.
Also another unlucky Kitsune Rush here. You commit the Kitsune Rush right at the moment when Luna dies, which is usually when you don't really need the Kitsune Rush anymore. Once the tank is gone in such high-ranked team environments, usually that signals the end of the team fight. Of course, you have some exceptions if you have a clutch ultimate where you can somehow turn around. We see that we didn't see that happen, but now Arrow, without that Kitsune Rush, it's gonna be a little bit rough here on the edges. Tricky looking potentially for, yeah, there you go, there's the high noon. That's a lot of space gains here. Is gonna be taken out, though. Carefully goes deep, gets the kill onto Nyx, looks for the next one, Axis Envy, another one onto Luke. Make this 4, maybe 5. No, Elko is gonna ruin that ace, but it doesn't matter. Quick Academy with the next one team fight and the next point.
Yeah, Envy has swapped over to the Kiriko now. I think that's a good call. The Baptiste was basically a massive target and not quite getting what you needed. Of course, now you've got the Suzu for the Junker Queen ultimate Rampage. But it is a little bit less sustained for the rematch, where Luna has not been finding too much there, where Quick Academy are just utilizing their faster speed for all your potential to just go past Lunar and take out the squishies. So we need to see Lunar adapt to that and try and find a bit more value in these fights as the tank.
Blade ready. The card, of course, has maybe there's a chance here to go in. That's exactly gonna happen. Now there's the beat though committed. Everyone gets that beat. Now he gets beat himself.
Ooh.
Oh, this is gonna be a bad energy. Doesn't get. Oh yeah, now he gets the kill. That was a little bit scuffed here, but you get that kill at least on the Genji. That's one Muses less. Luna needs to commit that annihilation into the middle of that Kitsune Rush, which is something you don't really want to fight, which is why you see that they are just packing so much. There's the ultimate gone, but immediately goes in with a Nemesis form. Want to keep this fight alive somehow. Currently, way too much damage. 1-digit HP bar, doesn't matter. Still alive thanks to the supports. There's also gonna be the point flip. Hypnos has some percentage here now with Curvely in the grave. That should be it for Quick Academy for this team fight. Oh, Tricky. These mechanics, man. They are so freaking clean. I love it.
Yeah, the anime battle on the coast side as well between the two Genjis did just fall into the favor of NRG, who takes out Clickard. And Hypnos, they had a tough fight there, but now that they have themselves cemented here, they've got an unmatched Kitsune Rush, no support ultimates from Quick Academy's side, and that's going to be the real kicker here, as the shield comes up just to block the tectonic shock, as Massa is going to start sliding in here. Envy goes down, the Kitsune Rush did go up there. There is a chance they can stay alive, but there is no more healing left. Lunar will just fall like a pile of bricks to the ground.
Best situation. That is so sad. You commit that Kitsune Rush just to be mowed down. That is exactly what you don't want to have. An Arrow on the other half has that Kitsune Rush at the ready. Quick Academy, well, that should be their map on paper, but Hypnos, we have seen them come back from worse. So let's see if they can get this done. Masterboy though gets checked here, gets forced out, needs to get back. That's a lot of abilities already gone, and there's the Kitsune Rush we have been talking about. That HP bar almost depleted. Somebody there. They kite it now. The timing isn't exactly nice, but tricky again with the massive shots on boy. Now this is very winnable. That is the chance for Hypnos, and of course you go in with that high noon beat just to keep everybody alive, but nobody really engaged. Just carefully, not the best situation for them. There's gonna be the kill as well, in which that Hypnos takes it here. The timing on that Kitsune Rush from Arrow, just way too fast. They just got ahead of themselves. If you do that once Hypnos is inside of the point, you win for free. That was too kiteable.
Yeah, that's what they did. They just completely rotated around the other way. Tricky got a shot there because Massa was in a bit of a tough situation as he kind of pushed forward there, trying to make use of that Kitsune rush. And now Hypnos, they're definitely invited NRG looking to come over the top rope with their blade. Rampage comes out to try and equalize. There are no eliminations, but finally LQ will fall. Clickard actually getting the better of the blades there as Envy, Tricky, and Zenix will fall to Clickard, who is looking to come up big for Quick Esports here. NRG, though, is still in the fight with Lunar, so there's chances that they could keep it in. But with Lunar's HP, I doubt that's going to happen too well. NRG does take down Massa. You do have your Lucio back as well, so do your Kiriko. Yeah, Envy's down, so actually, Quick Academy are finally. Oh my god! NRG! Brilliant! Pitch perfect Genji plays. No one has the point yet, but NRG's just got their entire team on their shoulders. Coming back as their Lucio. Cynics looks to try and help them out, but Massaboy comes back to dig into the ground, dig into this point, but the point will swap over to Hypnos. Whoa, they did not let that one go.
I'm in shock. I have no clue how this happened. I think Energy just used the whatever recording device they had just to make a clip out of that. There is no way. They were down for like the majority of the fight and then just decides, okay, enough, and they just take it. I can't. The point was not even in possession of the enemy. Now we see the Kitsune rush. There's gonna be both of them also pop. So that's gonna be a very feisty one, as it's gonna be very fast and chaotic. Energy with a crucial first picky onto Curvely. Tricky goes down, but Masaboy is gonna be traded out. It's still good for Hypnos as they have the upper hand. And that's gonna be a little bit of a stagger here against Clickard, who will be sent into the waters. And now is the question, do they even recontest that?
Every single member of Hypnos had a credit on that kill onto Carefully. They were focusing them, which is what they need to do. And it looks like they are rotating onto point here, as you're going to get the Venture onto point to contest, proc the overtime. But there's the blade right over the top rope yet again. The elbow drop with the blade will pierce right into the heart of Quick Esports, who are now matched 2 for 2 here in Servasa. All comes down to this last point, and Hypnos are begging the gods of internet that NRG does not lose connection on this point like they did against Pytel.
Boy, what a match. Absolute match of the tournament already. It is fantastic to see these teams go at each other, but let's see. There's gonna be the tectonic shock. This time I'm gonna say it correctly. So, chance for Masaboy from the side here. That's a lot of damage. You just need to get the kill here, but immediately gets back out here. Luna just barely got the beats here. Both beats are playing, both teams still gonna be chased down. Tricky here with a try to keep Curvely at bay. It's not gonna happen. Curvely instead with 3 quick kills, and Quick Academy taking the first percentage on Palace.
Yeah, Masaboy, brilliant angle, went high ground so they could get that kind of off-angle themselves with their ultimate. Dealt so much damage with the tectonic shock. Follow-up was just nice and easy for Quick. They're in a position here where they've got the Rampage and the Blade. They can use both of those in tap if they just want to secure this fight. Here comes the Blade from Clickard. High noon, matched by Tricky, who takes out Masaboy, but immediately will get hit. Shakar, who is shooting the deflect? Stop shooting the deflect in this crucial moment. Envy falls to it as well. Carefully and Luna are right in a battle. Carefully will win it out with that Carnage Axe. And Quick Academy have got a great position on point. Hypnos, they do have their Kitsune burst though.
I mean, both of the teams have, so it's probably gonna be one where they will be crossing paths. Wink, wink. So let's see how that one pans out. Maybe a first pick someone. There needs to be a mistake here somehow. Kitsune Rush is gonna be coming at the end. Of course, Tricky. Who else gets that first kill onto Massa, no less, but gets traded out immediately. It's this round too. Oh, but Hypnos at least gets the point. So even though being down in numbers, there's a chance now. NRG must make this happen, and the blade is perfect. You get the kills. The TP wasn't exactly that great, but still, Arrow is somehow alive. Curvely isn't, though. Elku dead as well now. Hypnos Again, bringing it back in the
Wow.
moment where it seemed absolutely impossible. Nix, would you look at that? 3 kills on the Brazilian musician. Absolute insanity from Hypnos.
Yeah, NRG has went all the way up to potential player of the tournament just for this map alone and the clutches that they've done. But Lunar has the ultimate. They can go nice and deep. Some players have those going low. Carefully coming up to this rampage, though. That's what they have to keep their eyes open for. Trying to plunge into that bankline just a little bit too far away, so Lunar is going to have to back up. But they're in such an awkward spot now that they have to do their ultimate. Rampage, still ready here from Carefully. Could come out. 90% on the board. Massa is going to have Tectonic Shock, looking for a flank from the side. Envy, 75% towards that Kitsune Rush. Now they are ready for it. They're not going to fall to that. The energy falls. The beat does not save energy. They're around the corner. It's just a little bit too late. Rampage comes up right at the end of that beat. Now they're starting to get the eliminations. Quick Academy turning it around. They're going to flip the point. They're going to flip the map. They're going to equalize in the series. And they're going to bring a question. Is Quick Academy going to start bringing it back 1-1 now in the grand finals? And it's not even match point yet because it's a best of 5 now here. Boy, these teams are close in skill.
Oh yes, and we see Carefully with the Podgy here. It's a nice, nice look here on the Queen. Really like those celestial, what were they called?
Galactic weapon.
No, not the galactic weapon. The skin. The skin. I think it was ornament, right? Was it ornament?
No idea. I'll be honest.
No, doesn't matter. Anyways, whatever. We were talking about the skin game earlier. Anyways, there you go. So that's the equalizer from Quick Academy, but Asura Vasa that on another day goes to Hypnos. Like, there is no way this is how close a grand final can be. Like, absolute insanity. I love it until here. And, well, so many things to analyze too. I really liked also the timing on that rampage, that you track the beat, you keep it careful, you send in Massa Boy first, so maybe you get to force out the beat. That was the plan from the start. Then somehow they want to re-engage with the beat in the back just to get Luna into the front line, and that is the where you click. Just going with a rampage carefully. That's the tank play I love. When you just play basically the position of 10 players instead of just one. And you're able to get the job done in the end and stay alive. Because imagine that if Quick Academy would have lost that, Hypnos would have already been at 2-0. And we see another map now next that we have also seen already today. Although very shortly. We're going to see Oasis.
This is curious because we're already starting on City Center, and this is a map that it's a lot harder to play ground tanks, right? It's a lot harder to play without verticality. So, are we still going to see the Ventures? Are we still going to see Queen and Ramatra? Or is this the one map we might see them, you know, kind of flex off and show us a little bit of a different look? And the answer is no. It looks like, apart from, unless Clickard actually stays on this Sojourn, there's not too much different here.
See Arrow going back again to the Kiriko. But yeah, for now it really looks quite similar-ish. And as you said, quite curious to see that on City Center of all maps. But that only signalizes one thing, that both teams just are very confident on what they have learned. On what they have scrimmed. Like, they don't even care. They don't know what the enemy is gonna roll out with. Well, and also, scrap what I just said, we see Luna actually with a swap. We see your Scottish compatriot. We see Luna on the hazard.
And it's already worked. This massive org gets taken out, and this does give a little bit of verticality to Luna as well. Still in the same way of Ram having that survivability, but carefully finds that Gracie right onto Tricky, brings him forward, gets that shotgun blast into the head, and immediately Hypnos and Quick Academy have this awkward back and forth where both are down members, and you see Kakar just chasing NRG down. This cat and mouse game will end with the mouse getting caught. Lunar finally falls in Quick Academy. They take percentage at the start of this submap.
I wonder if Luna is going to swap now, because the hazard, of course, does a lot of pressure. Has a lot of staying power for for a dive tank, which is the magic that you can perform on him. Aside of being able to hit a combo sometimes that really hurts one squishy. But that's of course not what you will go for in this composition, because either the enemy is too hard to catch or they play together. Oh, he can't. And oh, that's gonna be a lot of members behind him, but it's gonna be the Deflect helping him out. Now the question of what happens next. You want in front. You somehow split the team here. Curvely needs the Suzu here. There's maybe a chance to apply some pressure. Curvely, the one that gets focused here but stays alive. And now there's going to be the Kitsune rush. Again, crossing paths, both sides showing off. Luna with a crucial kill on the Muscle Boy. That needs to be the call for Hypnos to get their foot in the door, and it looks good though for Curvely. Fantastic kill onto Envy, immediately follows up with a Rampage, and that's how easily you can turn that fight. It looked fantastic for Hypnos, but Curvely had seen enough, and that's gonna be that very, very long team fight.
Yeah, I gotta be honest, Hypnos are just not looking too confident on this Hazard composition. Where your Quick Academy, they're just continuing to play their stripes, their strength, this same composition that has not altered, and Hypno struggling to find a follow-up with the engages from the Hazard. If you can get someone cut off with that jagged wall, then you can very easily follow up, but they're so maneuverable, it's hard to do.
Oh.
He just about saves that blade from getting anything but Envy. It's gonna fall, so does Cynics.
Oh, there's gonna be the counterblade though, also from NRG. You wanted to find something, but right now he's just slicing the air. Has to get out. At least triggers the overtime here. Gets taken out immediately though, and nobody else will be able to touch. So Hypnos not looking too fancy right here on a city center, but as you said, the Hazard just doesn't really seem to work. The Hazard is good at applying pressure, at keeping people at bay, and also in situations where you know, where you just need to make sure that somebody does not play the game. But why in Queen composition? Like, there is not really much you can contest, and I would in fact say that Queen doesn't have the worst one-on-one matchup against Hazard anyways. So why even bother? Little bit puzzling, but we see Luna also realizing that themselves. Even though we have to say it's a different map now, so you know the Ram would anyways be the choice here. Nonetheless, like the swap, let's see if they can take it back.
Yeah, back onto what they're currently more trained on, more scrimmed on, prepped on, this Ramatra composition. Still with the Baptisto, so they do have to watch that they are peeling for Envy if they get into too much trouble. Already Tricky falling to the low ground here, which puts them into a bit of a tough spot. Immediately is going to hinder the venture. Massboy does get followed up on by the punches of the Nemesis form. Now you just see Hypnos kind of storming onto point. Well, actually they're pushed back. Quick Academy are doing damage to kind of actually capture this point momentarily, which is a little bit good for them. They lose the fight initially, but that little 8%, that could mean a lot later down the line.
So far, so good. Hypnos taking the first percent in this map at least. Also, I'm a little bit surprised that Tricky got away so easily once they dropped on that high ground. Look at that, look at the rotation. Of course, you go up, you want to get into a good position to poke, you want to apply pressure. Tricky, how does he hit those headshots? I don't get it. It's absolute insane. And that's High Noon. Gonna be a crucial tool there in the arsenal, but we're gonna see the Kitsune rush out here from Arrow. On the other side, we don't have that, of course. There's no Kiriko this time around. Envy, though, has the window. It's gonna pop it now, just in the middle of the Kitsune rush. Tricky is gonna use exactly that just to get the kill. Muscle Boy, no chance to escape either. And that is how you clean that up. And would you look at that? Not a single % dropped during this team fight. Hypnos plays that just as disciplined as we saw it earlier.
Yeah, very disciplined, and they still have lots of ultimates coming up. They'll have the rest of the 4 ultimates, actually. Quick Academy, of course, are coming up to theirs a bit slower, which means this speed can just be utilized onto this High Noon already. And look at that. The Junker Queen of Kefli is completely isolated. big Carnage there is going to cleave 3 people, so that's enough self-healing to keep themselves alive to get back in sight line of their own support. Envy, so close to going down. It's going to fall eventually. That's the trouble of going the Baptiste. You become such a target. NRG will fall as well to Clicard as Quick Academy are able to turn things around and get some small stagger picks. And look, they have so many ultimates still in their arsenal.
Well, they could have staggered Luna so bad here if Clicard wouldn't have been so bloodthirsty. But you know, maybe it's not even something necessary to talk about. So, Quick Academy now looking on a few ultimates themselves. Hypnos have invested heavily though, so they have done the mistake that Quick Academy did earlier in the fight. And let's see what they do. That's gonna be the Rampage now deep. Of course, nothing really to cleanse that. No beat either. So you just go in aggressive. Just run him down mid. Arrow's dead though. So there's a chance. It goes back and forth. 3v3. Muscle Boy extremely low. And Hypnos the ones that actually fill the kill feed in their color. That is insanity. It goes back to Hypnos. And they have a great position here to close out the map potentially. But they have to deal with 2 very crucial ultimates here from Quick Academy.
Yeah, this is a tough spot, right? Because Massive Boy is definitely going to get a touch and will also have Tectonic Shock. More importantly, though, a Kitsune Rush. If they can keep it staggered long enough for Arrow to get it, then that's a situation. It's going to be very difficult for Hypnos to turn around. There it is, window coming up. Tricky using it to get some shots in, but so much is being flung their way that they need to back up. Need to be a bit careful. Envy blows up. Tricky goes half health, shoots the deflect, gonna get themselves taken down. Masso following up to get it, and now Quick Esport, they have this one in the bag. They just need to take down Lunar. It holds on to their ultimate because they realize, okay, the submap is not over. There's still more to learn in University.
Yeah, good thing that they did this call, which also explains why Luna's still sitting on this annihilation. You still have easy recontest here. We see the taxi also from Alku coming, or at least looking for somebody to taxi, but there's nobody dead. So you just use the mobility to show off that
memory.
Yeah, exactly. You would have had the will to do that. So we have 2 ults for Hypnos, actually 3, and Nyx just came up on that beat too. So that's a good position for them. Curfly doesn't have the Rampage yet. Beat is gonna be used here from Elko just to stabilize. Likat didn't get the ultimate. Tricky uses that High Noon to immediately scare everyone off point. That's gonna be the point flip. Overtime is gonna happen. Masaboy already dead here. Annihilation, of course, used as well. Likat, bad position for them. And Curfly with that Rampage gets 2, but how long can you survive? Not long, the answer is. And Energy also hunting people down with that weapon, gets 2 in total, and that's gonna be the equalizer. Is not out of this yet. City Center, not their best showing on that hazard, but once they got back to the weapons they already know so well, well, it's a whole different look for them.
Yeah, and the fact that we're now in Gardens now means that, you know, they don't really need to stress either. This is still going to be a perfectly good map to play this composition. Trouble is Envy's positioning, because there's a lot less to hide from. There's so many flank angles, especially for a Genji, that Envy's just going to have to be even more aware than they have been so far of being attacked, being, you know, pushed by that Genji, by that Venture, that could be the key for Quick Academy to unlock Hypnos.
We've seen them do this already at least once, if not more. Of course, now we need to take that space on top. Tricky, the one. Oh, Masaboy is out, but Masaboy also got a lot of poke damage. That was a little bit too confident. They got also trapped there. We know the mechanics of both of the PS way too good. You get the kills here. Curfly also trapped here. Interestingly, Envy dies to the bleeding damage, so at least that happened. But the Baptiste should be there in time, even though I think Nyx is gonna go for that taxi real quick. So good first fight for Hypnos, and especially punishing what the DPS of Quick Academy were doing.
Yeah, and it's a lot down to Tricky. Tricky is doing so good at peeling for Envy as well, that, like, they're just putting Quick Academy into tough spots, especially when, if Massa miss times they're engaged, then that's when things are just going to look so rough for them. Similar to this, but they go back to their team, thankfully. that Lucio's in so much trouble. The deflect just gets in the way of that final shot. Tricky would have killed him if it wasn't for Kakard, who also finds energy. And okay, Kakard has locked in to get these eliminations, and they do swap over that point. But crucially, Hypnos didn't use any ultimates. He didn't have any ultimates, so this next fight is going to be very messy.
Oh yeah, both teams looking at some percentage gained in terms of ultimate. We're gonna see a blade from Klikard, who's really woken up. We have to say was a little bit under the radar compared to Energy's Genji, but right now just showing off that power. Kitsune Rush gonna be used here, and you see immediately what Klikard is doing. Realizes where the enemy is gonna back off to and takes a different angle to get that blade up, and now you have that. Now it's time to maybe put a dent in them. There's also not gonna be a beat available with but the hinder hits him a little bit too hard, and that's a massive rampage. 4 people hit with that one. You get 2 crucial kills, but still there's a chance for Hypnos to bring it back, but the beat will help. Masterboy didn't get it though. They were behind the pillar still. Of course, the Burrow's gonna help with that. Curfew already no beat left. And that's gonna be the cleanup here. Hypnos gonna take that point despite of a heavy investment of Quick Academy, and they're still sitting on 2 ultimates.
Yeah, they're sitting on a nest egg of both their DPS ults. Of course, the sound barrier on Quick Academy's side is ready. LQ can use that to nullify the blade, but Tricky has been very smart because they've been using these high noons, especially in comparison with the speed boost from their Lucio, but Energy needs to be careful that they don't go down because they're such a crucial member of this next fight with their blade.
That drops a little bit low here from all the poke, and now is the question. The beat is out for Quick Academy. Does Hypnos do something with that? Tricky. Oh no! What did happen there? Tricky fell off the map. Energy is able to get Muscle Boy at least. Envy in quite here somehow survives that. Gets even the kill on the Cyborg Ninja from Quick Academy. What is going on? There's gonna be Arrow now committing that crucial Kitsune Rush. Masterboy isn't back yet, so Tectonic Shock is not available. Arrow dies here, which means Curvely missing some crucial healing, but doesn't care as LQ is back. So you get that another crucial kill. And Hypnos, of course, they can relax. They can just go back to the drawing board as they have 99%. And Quick Academy looking at 57.
Man, that was a very close one there, but my god, I think Tricky got booped off the high ground and it kind of fell onto like the ledge and just couldn't roll to save themselves, and it kind of counted as them falling off the map there. That was a very good boop there from Elku, which really helped them secure the rest of that fight, but this next one is where it matters most with the window coming out. You just see carefully hiding for their life behind that pillar.
Now there's no beat available, and they know it immediately. Klikard goes in, gets the kill on the Nyx. Elko's dead here as well. Rampage hits where it hurts the most. Luna can't use that health back for now. Needs to commit the annihilation. Survives for now, but not for long enough. Klikard gets the kill. Only 30 HP left. And that's gonna seal the deal as the rest of the team dies here. Of course, they will try to touch with the desperation they have left, but both supports are already dead from the side of Hypnos, so that's gonna be it. Quick Academy punches deep and is now in the lead against this fantastic team of Hypnos, and put themselves also into match point position for the entire tournament.
Yeah. This is now on Quick to secure it. Hypnos are up against it right now. They can't lose a single map, or Quick Academy prove themselves to be the better team. And my god, did Quick really step up to the mark. I think Hypnos will be going back to the drawing board about Hazard, especially going forward as a team, because it just didn't click on City Center. They'll need to review that one and try and figure out, okay, what quite didn't work for us there? How can we improve this? Because it seemed to just be a last minute decision, maybe to get some verticality on City Center, which, to be fair, if they ever did really properly secure that point, then Hazard has a lot of engage points that he could utilize that, Ramatra can't. Ramatra cannot climb walls, a little known fact about Overwatch. But Hazard can, but they never really got a good foothold on the point. Quick Esports just continued to play. I keep calling them Quick Esports. They're playing so well, they may as well be Quick Esports. Quick Esports are an OWCS. Quick Academy, not quite there yet, but they're playing like they could be in the future.
Oh, absolutely. They are making a name for themselves here. I'm fairly impressed by the style they're playing. I mean, the Queen was never bad, right? The good old Queen Rush in an almost classic style. Well, outside of Venture, that is. Venture being a replacement for Sojourn. Quite interesting. Other than that, I really see how much trust there is in this team. Like Curfly going so aggressive, where I would say, oh damn, you can't do that in your regular ranked matches or something. You need supports that are absolutely on the mark when you need it. And so far, they have proven just that, and I'm very pleased to see that as a Queen enjoyer. And also, Quick Academy. Well, they're gonna need to show us what they're able to do on the mother of all maps. The first time we see it today as well. King's Row.
Do my eyes deceive me? Is this a mode that is not King of the Hill, Clash, Push? Is this... Hold on. Let me remember what this mode is called. Hybrid? Whoa. This is the first time we've seen an all tournament of any map in this mode. But, of course, good old King's Row. This is going to play into both sides. And it is also going to open up some opportunities, especially if NRG does want to actually bring out the Pharah again. It worked really well on Runasapi against Pytel, but that seemed to be more aimed at specifically dealing with the Symmetra. Now is this a way of dealing with the Venture and maybe trying to expect if they want to go for May? Because, I mean, looking at the matchups right now, there really isn't too much to deal with that Pharah. There's really nothing actually to deal with the Pharah unless Clicard can hit their icicle.
Also interesting to see Clicard with that swap onto the Mei. We haven't seen Mei a lot this tournament, which is quite irregular. Usually the walls being so crucial. Well, talking about icicles, those were 2 headshots, but they immediately need to get out and look at that. I think the coordination on that is pretty much ripped apart, but they were smart enough to just rotate to the hotel, but of course Clicard was completely isolated. Master Boy got hit in the face by 2 explosives there, so that's an easy push here now for the likes of Hypnos, who just need to clean up the rest. And Elku, well, but that looked also quite spectacular. How Arrow just flew. That kind of caught me off guard. But anyways, that was a 1 push attack that just got them the point. They're almost 6 minutes to work with.
Yeah, Quick Academy, just straight up, they don't have the sustain to stay in a fight long enough against this composition. There's so much spam damage, especially from the Pharah, but also from the Cass and the BAP. And also, Carefully has 1 shout and then the extra health is gone, whereas Lunar can just hold this block. I think Quick Academy, if they don't answer back with a change in how they play this, they need to go faster. They need to be looking for picks early on. They cannot take a longer fight. They're going to fall apart if they try and take these longer fights. They do have the rush, though.
That's the window into a Kitsune rush. It's going to get really messy, really glowy on the map. Luna dies immediately. That too, an arrow as well. Hypnos is up again, no tanks available for either side, and that's a chance. Also, Elko being extremely low. Quick Academy immediately lost their foot on the pedal. That is crazy stuff. And also, is it just me or might Genji be banned? Because Clicard, after swapping away from the Mei, immediately went on the Cassidy.
Yeah, I think there may be bans going on that you and I are not aware of. That would make sense if Genji's banned here, because the guard would be making use of a Genji right now. I mean, this high noon as well from Tricky is so good to just kind of box them in and set up, well, a barrage. Energy's going to be looking for this barrage on this last kind of turn of the second point of the streets phase, and now that Burrow has been used by Massa, they're completely free to get barrage. Yeah.
That's that personal. Okay, that's crazy. The boop also onto Curfly, but doesn't really help here. Curfly with a great rampage to stay alive. Luna needed to use that Annihilation just to stay alive. Nyx gets away alive, which also means we have a beat here available for both teams. That's gonna stabilize, and that's a massive thing here. See, Clickart looking for a kill here. Curfly, though, dies in front, which is exactly what you don't need if you're Quick Academy and they want to stall this point as much as possible. Master Boy without any cooldowns is of no use whatsoever, so that's gonna be the point cap here for Hypno. Second point secured, and still a lot of time to work with.
Man, they really do. They've got so much on the clock that it's really on Quick Academy to find an answer. There's Genji. Okay, there's our answer. Genji wasn't banned.
Oh, never mind then.
Obviously, Genji. Oh! Oh my god, I blinked and missed it carefully off the map. This could be completely disastrous for the side of Quick Esports, especially if there's any follow-up picks. There isn't. Carefully actually going on to D.Va, the first time we've seen them swap off this entire match in the grand finals. Massa needs to come up big with this tectonic shock. Cityverse comes up.
That's a little bit deep. Nice angle there, but the hinder that hurts a massive. Ooh, that was close there. That tectonic shock, unfortunately, rendered pretty much useless here as the timer runs out. Good kite from Hypnos. Tricky going in with a high noon. Needs to be healed up, needs to be sped in. That's gonna be a kill. Never mind. Master Boy immediately burrows perfectly. Though out of mech, out of sight, out of the map. And Tricky with 2 quick kills as per usual. Hypnos showing why we are going to King's Row. They are absolutely demolishing Quick Academy until here. First round is done with 3 minutes 42 seconds in the bank, and you saw why they didn't pick Genji, because energy was such a nuisance on that Pharah, and also the way they played that hero was just fantastic. Just very disciplined, don't overpeak, just poke, go in for the kills that you really can pick up, and of course solo barrage Master Boy. So everything achieved today.
I think Quick Academy were just too slow on the mark to kind of recognize that their composition, unless they were playing fast and getting quick eliminations, they just weren't going to be able to sustain against, you know, what Hypnos were running. There was just really nothing they could do. Quick Academy, they kind of seem like they're kind of sticking to their guns here. And on attack, to be fair, it's going to be a lot more opportunity for them to play for quicker picks, play for quicker rotations. But at the same time, Lunar can just hold block. Meanwhile, NRG can just spam damage in. And there's only so much that you can get done. It looks like they're just going to have Arrow on the Baptiste, and that's going to be like the main swap-off. But now it creates such a situation where Arrows are going to be in a lot of danger versus when they were playing the Kiriko. So, no, they are just going to play... Yeah, they're just going to play what they know. Okay. Maybe Clickor just clicks heads. I don't know.
Well, that certainly looked like it. That's... Yeah, I was wondering if Clickart maybe sticks to the Widow, because that would have been a pick that makes sense, right? But no, not quite. Master Boy gets traded out, though. That is honestly just what you need. 4v4, but you have spawn advantage and you get the kill onto the Kiriko. That's fantastic. Honestly fantastic for Quick Academy, but they need to back out a little bit because Curfy's just taking too much damage. And you need to chill out here. Hypnos still taking it easy, and there's gonna be kill from energy. We've been talking Farah. Would you look at that? How disciplined they are playing here. Fantastic stuff from energy with the kill on the Clickart, and now is hunting down Master Boy. I'm fascinated how energy is playing Farah. I love that playstyle.
Yeah, especially getting a pick onto Lucio. No more speed means no more fast rotations, which is the entire thing that Quick need to be doing if they want to be actually winning these fights out. And they did start it off well, but like you said, Energy's playing basically kind of like a Venture in a way, and getting these kind of cheeky angles.
That was close here for Envy, just surviving that. And I think even that right click, by the way, hit mid-air on a Genji. That's impressive. Let's see, that was tricky, of course, in the play with that Cassidy ultimate, but now it's the time to shine, says Curfly here. 3 people hit with that, and there's a good chance that they could bring it back. Lots of low HP bars, but they don't go chase them. They think damage is already done. We might as well just wait for the team to regroup, but there's gonna be a chance for Hypnos to recontest this. Also, a barrage ready for energy. The question, who is gonna feel that? Masaboy maybe again gets booped up. Almost could make it into the burrow, but now it's gonna be messy. Luna is dead and wasn't really touching the point anyways. So there you go. That's the first point capped for Quick Academy, and still 4.5 minutes in the works.
Yeah, on that point there, Masaboy knew that, okay, if anyone's going to touch the point, it'll be Lunar. They went through Hotel so that they could shoot Lunar from the back, completely circumventing the block. And that meant Lunar took way more damage than they were expecting, couldn't quite get the touch that they wanted, and just kind of fell apart, and they didn't get the recontest that they were looking for. They were probably expecting to utilize the barrage there. They just couldn't! Uh-oh! The guard is on
hero?
the hero. Freya has entered the fray, and NRG has found out really quickly why people think that character does quite a lot of damage, and it's true. They do. They do quite a lot of damage.
I'm a little bit surprised that we didn't see Freya early in this tournament. Out of all maps that need to be the grand final, look at that. The tectonic shot makes so many people. That's crazy stuff. But just one final blow secured. It is a very crucial one on 10v. Oh no! Well, everybody gangster until the beat and the annihilation. Hypnos brings it back in such a comically cruel fashion. I just love to see that. But they forced out these two ultimates. Now Tricky, the only one who is remotely close to an ultimate for Hypnos. At Quick Academy, though, we have a Kitsune Rush and a Rampage. Two extremely strong ultimates.
Yeah, this Rampage has been winning fights left, right, and center. And of course, with only Baptiste, there's nothing to cleanse it, so carefully just needs to watch where they actually land. That's what you need to think about when you're rampaging, not where you rampage from, but where you rampage to. Here comes the Kitsune Rush as they burst onto the point, but Tricky immediately with the high noon, carefully hide!
Oh! No. Gets pulled in again! But Tricky still gets out here, and Kerfly finds Nyx, though. That is massive. Kerfly also trying to dry fight this. You can realize that Quick Academy is trying to preserve their resources, but they might as well just use them here. Kerfly is dead, which is usually enough to bring this push to a close, and that's exactly what's gonna happen. El Kudetsu back to the drawing board.
Yeah, 2 minutes now remaining. The card just about almost went down. Suzu actually had to get used to keep them alive, but they still have Rampage, but now Luna has the Annihilation to just stay alive here. The card could be looking to just bola someone, and if they can land that on Envy, for example, or Tricky, those two characters will just completely get eviscerated. Even actually, if you land on the Lucio, that'd be brilliant. Massive Rampage! That's everybody! Everybody gets hit by it! Everyone's health is deteriorating! Luna even tries to stay alive with Annihilation, but there's just no sustaining that when everyone gets hit with an anti-heal effect.
Absolutely perfect situation to use that ultimate. That is what you were waiting on the side of Quick Academy, and they're gonna be happy with that team fight, as again their ult economy looks so much healthier. Kerfly also got half of the ultimate already back from what happened during the Rampage, and you still have 3 more ultimates to go. That's such a good sign. Hypnos, though, not defenseless, especially Edit also after being very feisty on the Pharah. The Freya, too much of an issue.
Yeah, a big issue, you could say. I mean, there's the blade just slashing right in. That is a sharp blade, but Lunar, it will fall. In fact, Carefully has equalized completely on the back of this Kitsune Rush, and that has forced the defenders to go scampering back to spawn. Tricky still has his high noon, wants to be utilizing it to get a good angle here to just try and create some time, because they don't want to go to extra time, even though they've got more time still. They want to just end it here and not go forward on King's Row. And here comes the tectonic shock as they're just plunging into the backline. But that high noon, Tricky holding firm, just trying to get anybody And the window from on high as well from the Baptiste, feeling so much pressure that finally Elku is going to fall. Massive rampage is going to be the exclamation mark to the sentence that is his final push. Lunar doing their best just to stay alive, but they get packed up and they finish it with a minute and 11 seconds. And is it 3 times less time than Hypnos? Yes, but it's something. It's a chance.
And also, it's so crucial that they finished with time at all. It would have been very detrimental if you stand here with no time, just a map that is drawable. You know, I mean, it wouldn't have been the end of the world for them after all. They have match point position, Hypno doesn't. But still, that's not how you want it really to end if you got a chance here. So, Quick Academy can definitely be happy for now with this outcome. I would have said that they could have kept second point a little bit faster if Kerfley didn't back out in that situation and got killed. Even though I think the situation was a little bit worse for the Rampage than it was afterwards. The second Rampage was absolutely massive. There's no two opinions with that. But I wonder what would have happened if Kerfley's ultimate would have been a little bit earlier and Kerfley survives. It's only 3 instead of 5. And, well, you still have a chance to get the kills and maybe finish second point a little bit earlier. But it doesn't matter now. What happened. We still have a 1 minute 11. And now you're at the attack. How many team fights is that? Maybe 2 if you're quick with it. So it must be perfect now.
It has to be. So few mistakes can be made by Quick Academy right now. They just need a perfect run. They're already taking a massive damage at the beginning. Talking about massive boy need to be backing up already. Is going to just get into the angle that they want to try and just force out Luna, because if they can multi-angle Luna, then that's great. Has already used the form, actually, so there's an opportunity here for Quick Esport, but the opportunity is slipping away the more the Hypnos rotate away from them. TPing as Arrow just about stays alive as the Kiriko. Envy in a very strong position on the statue right now. So much healing being pumped into Luna. Again gets form but drops it. Another opportunity here. 1 tick on the board. That's already good from Quick. Carefully, so low. So's Elku. Massapoi also. The health so low. Envy was above their immortality field, or it didn't land in time. Either way they go down. Oh my god, Picard putting in so much damage. Does actually get hit down. Carefully has found Tricky. This is very back and forth. Could go either way. It looks like they might actually get the second and potentially third tick.
Luna's around the corner, but the rest of the team is not there yet, which means they're not going to engage. But it doesn't matter anyways, because the enemy is going to be in overtime the entire time anyway, so you don't have to overcommit yourself.
Yeah.
Just stay cool, go for the recontest, and that's exactly what's going to happen. Now we also can talk about the old game here. Both teams having some available. Master Boy being a nuisance in the backline right now, didn't find the right timing to engage. Now let's see. Gonna be Kitsune Rush. Immediately countered though with a window. Fleet card pops the ultimate here, and it's huge, but does it matter? Maybe not. Luna with a crucial kill onto Kerfley. Tricky with one on Master Boy. And now, well, how do you do that? You need to contest it. Lucia on top was contesting, but immediately got shut down. Okay. And that's gonna be that. Hypno's gonna hold them at the archway, which is the usual place where you hold the enemy. And now, let's see Hypnos on that attack. Not the worst position for them. It is winnable for Quick Academy, but they need to do an absolute miracle defense here with almost 4 minutes on the clock for Hypnos.
Yeah, I mean, Hypnos are going to still be very happy with that. Look where that cart is. How awkward is that? If Hypnos are able to get this first point, how do you defend this? You need to be through the choke or play in the choke. And as a Junker Queen up against a Rabatra, that just doesn't fit. You don't want to do that. So really, Quick Academy, they want a full hold. That's what they want. If they lose this first point, it's going to be so awkward to hold on to King's Row. They just want to be staying in this position. And to be fair, Clicard's Freya has been working really well against Hypnos, but Hypnos have matched. That may worked really well for them. It looks like they might actually be thinking of going for something a bit flankier, which I agree with. That may really help them in that choke with the Blizzard, because they couldn't follow up with the Bola of Clicard. But on an attacking sense, you probably do want something other than a Mei, something that can, you know, threaten Arrow or Elku, or even Clicard.
energy on the Pharah, which I already like. Look at that. Envy got hit by the knife, but down. Imagine that would have been fabulous, but didn't happen. Envy is still alive. Just well, and that's a lot of space they already took. Look at that. There's not really any chance for Academy to stop the engage of Hypnos.
Carefully. So low, but gets back in time. This rotates great from Hypnos. They have so much control over everything.
Oh boy, that's what you don't want here. Envy with a kill on the card too. That's both DPS down. We were talking about a full hold. Well, never mind that. That's not gonna happen anytime soon. So that's the kill onto Elku as well. That will seal the deal. And let's see. There might be one more chance to recontest if you go onto very quick heroes. And I think Masterboy is right around the corner. Should be sufficient for that, but holding them at that point with that composition is gonna be quite the feat. So let's see if there's a chance. They have to do it also more than 2.5 minutes, no less.
There's straight up no way. It's in line of sight of their actual spawn. If Quick Academy can do this, then I'll be telling them they should probably do the lottery, because this is Miracle Street that they would need. They are going to engage here, just get into the fight, because the cards are right on where it needs to be. Mata already needs to back up, and Carefully's already super low, also needs to back up. Yeah, I mean, yeah, even if they did, Carefully would have blown up. Massa's already used her point. I mean, Hypnos were already in such a good position, not only with their time bank, but where they actually stopped Quick Academy. That's why they didn't go into that first point again for a recontest in the extra round. They just backed up, waited for respawns, and made sure to stop the cart in as most of an awkward position as they could. And now, it's the grand finals. It's 2-2. It is now or it is never. One of these teams will win. We're one map away. Hypnos, Quick Academy are going to war with each other right now, and there's only one battle left. And who will be better? That is the question these players will need to answer, and by God, is it close.
Winner also takes the big price of 50,000 FACEIT points and 50 euros as well. So it's not just a question of honor, but also a question of resources, I would say at that point. But really, it is so exhilarating to see the best of this tournament go at each other, and that we see an actual, well, 5-mapper in the grand final. That is exactly what you dream of here in this good Overwatch. Of course, the fans of Quick Academy and likewise of Hypnos will say something else. But so far, this has been a fantastic journey of both of the teams. And it comes down to this last map. And as far as I can tell, it's going to be Dorado.
Man, what an interesting map. Yes, obviously, since the reworks that happened months and months ago, it is easier to play characters like Ramatra and to Junker Queen and to find rotations. That's probably what these teams are going to play. It's what they've been strongest on. But if someone brings out Dive now, if someone has something diving in their back pocket or really pokey in their back pocket, it could be a complete shock to the other team and create a situation where they'll need to adapt at the very final hurdle, the very final fight, because there is no drawing a payload map. I know technically, yada yada, technically you can. No, it's not gonna happen, right? It's so statistically unlikely to happen. And Quick Academy are going for a Hail Mary? Did Junker Queen get banned? Wait, what are we looking to do here? Double flex support as well in the back line with an Ana and a Kiriko. Okay. They're definitely throwing at the wall. The question is, will it stick?
Well, I would say the double flex support with this selection of hero with a... Actually not the worst idea. Elko can get the easiest nano of their life, and Arrow is necessary in case Curvely gets into trouble. And also the Hawk isn't the worst pick either against the Winston, but it really looks like the Queen must have been banned, right? I'm not sure. I mean, I was suspecting a Genji ban earlier, which wasn't the case. So, I'm really curious what's the reason here. Hypnos, interestingly, opting for another Ramatra composition on Dorado. They were thinking about the Winston. We saw it locked in, but I guess seeing the Hog really scared him away.
Yeah, it's fair enough. I mean, you don't want to get hooked out of the air, or when you're diving, get someone squishy like a Tracer get hooked. Meanwhile, you can just push the point from this position, force someone onto the low ground, and kind of force your issue the way that you would like. Once you get a car here as well, you've got rotate options onto the high ground. Yeah, Massive just need to burrow their way back out of here. But now it's a very spammy composition into a very spammy choke. Lunar is going to take so much damage on entry, but they've got the block to be able to do it. Tricky almost took down the Venture there with 2 quick headshots, but just about burrowed away there. Massive Boy able to get healed up. It's a stalemate so far.
Probably in a lot of trouble here. There needs to be the Suzu used immediately. Backing out behind the fountain, which is just a typical good situation here. But that was a good Suzu onto that ultimate. Oh, the purple though. The purple though. There's no Suzu to help with that. Trick still stays alive. They're not able to finish off the Cowboy from Hypnos, and he gets the kill onto Muscle Boy. So 4v4, nice angle there from Hypnos. Tricky until he gets flushed out. Oh, and that's a kill. That must be a kill onto Arrow. That's exactly what's gonna happen. Annihilation also popped here onto Curvely. The nade is not gonna help at all. And that's gonna be the first point. So despite that Hawk pick and despite forcing them away from the dive, well, they did not make that happen. And now the second part of the map is especially divey, which is what the Quick Academy immediately realizes. And we're gonna see another Hazard.
Yeah, this time from Quick. To be fair, Hazard swapping out for a Junker Queen is a lot closer in playstyle than a Hazard swapping out for a Ramatra. The Quick Academy might have an easier time adapting to this new composition of theirs, but the Blade from NRG is going to say, oh, you want to adapt? How about you adapt to my Blade? And they have not. They've adapted to going to spawn. That's how they've adapted. But here comes the Tectonic Shock, actually, to try and turn it around as carefully. Actually, it's going to take NRG down, and perhaps I am going to have to eat my words, but no, Hypnos continue to get push on the pot. On the bot, not the pot.
See that. Kitsune Rush also almost ready. Tricky also playing a very good defensive game here. Long skylines, of course. You're not that long range, actually, on the Cassidy, but you are quite a deterrent for anyone who tries to dive you. There was the try to get a Freya ult in, but doesn't really get any value whatsoever. Elku dropping very low. Tricky forgetting a part of their mechanics. Energy, though, is there to help him out. Gets the 2-piece. Envy now with another 2-piece on the back of their own Kitsune Rush. And that's gonna be the team kill for this second point. That might be even if the enemy is not able to touch, but they should be able to. They're already in position.
Envy making Straffers proud with this play. Looking to not just be the Kings of Glasgow, but the Kings of Semper as well. Now, you see the Venture just going to the high ground here, just looking for a different angle, but immediately matched by NRG, who goes up there. The Soundbarrier didn't quite hit everyone on Hypnos, but he hit enough, and carefully does go for the downpour, but the umbrellas were already up from Hypnos. My god.
Oh my. Well, it was certainly raining some blood, I think, when I saw that kill feed pop up. Completely red for Hypnos. It's fantastic what they're showing off. And we see Curvely. By the way, Queen was not banned. As you can see, Curvely has swapped to the Queen now. They were just trying to trick Hypnos into a very weird composition. But honestly, they basically tricked themselves. So it's gonna be a Kitsune Rush up top here. And Tricky, though, gonna zone that away with the High Noon. You see the body block from Luna, and Curvely peeked that at the wrong time. So that's the Queen dead. Muscle Boy also not going anywhere. Just back to spawn. Just now, this is a train that Hypnos has just built. They're just breezing through, waiting for the station.
You can just see the comfort in these modes. You know, the both hybrid and payload. The car did not get what they needed out of that, and is immediately going to get chased down of the Fly Swatter. My god, I'm stumbling over my words at the pure brilliance of Hypnos. And they finished it with just under 3 minutes. And yeah, I mean, the answer needs to be loud from Quick Academy. 3 minutes on Dorado is a fairly decent time back for this map.
Oh, absolutely. And I'm a little bit in shock how Quick Academy has handled the situation. They should have known better, I think. They tried to surprise Hypnos, but such a talented team, it's not that easy to get out of balance, right? So, you know, I'm not sure also why you would do something like that, because that usually sounds like desperation, which is not necessary from such a fantastic team like Quick Academy. So I don't really know what to make out of this first round yet in Quick Academy. Well, they are in attack, and this could be, you know, the usual shenanigans of the spawn room, but now they seem to again for that Hawk composition, but with different twists, with the Symmetra just probably to port the backline over on top of the other building. I don't know, it's a little bit odd. Hypnos, well, of course, they're gonna stick to their guns. I mean, why not? It's tremendously well. So,
Yeah.
I'm not sure. This feels very surreal.
It is surreal, but I mean, the TP hook, classic Dorado shenanigans. If you're able to get someone here, then fair enough. But I mean, Carefully's going to struggle so much once they get up here. Massive already. Envy is so good at heading shots with the kunai, and immediately they're just able to get someone. And yeah, you probably don't want to face tank that entire team, and immediately Quick Academy learned their lesson.
Yeah, it was a little bit closer with that in the shots afterwards, but again, nothing gained from this in Quick Academy. Oh! Well, you weren't expecting that, huh? The Widow hasn't that much of a common pick, but Massa Boy certainly gets that pick regardless with that fantastic headshot. And Curvely also with a Wrecking Ball, which is also a rather rare sight in this tournament. So, you know, Quick Academy, finally some adaptation and some ideas that make sense.
Yeah, I think right now it's going to be so difficult for Carefully to find their value, especially with Tricky, who's going to be able to hinder them, mess up their movement. The Boop as well is also going to mess them up, as well as the Vortex, actually. There's so much to mess up the movement of Carefully that they're going to have to play very well. If they can force the TP, at the very least, of Envy, then they'll be in good position. But meanwhile, Tricky has just went to the battlefield and taken out the entire team.
Currently at this point is just serving as a distraction, I suppose. Also, it gets out here. Master Boy again on Widow. It's really weird to see this as a tiebreaker. Like, the vibes the teams are giving me, like Hypnos stomping them right now with a composition they know very well in Quick Academy, just playing Mystery Heroes at this point. It's just weird to call a 5th map on a grand final. Like, I was not expecting that when I signed it. That's certainly not it.
Big slam.
What's that? Oh no.
Big boop though, yeah, okay. Just about gets back.
He
yeah,
gets
meanwhile the Lucio death. Booped off the map. Hypnos have packed them up into their spawn. It seems like Quick Academy, they might be running out of steam completely here. They're completely panicking onto almost Life Weaver there.
What must have happened that... I mean, of course, the Queen composition is not the greatest choice here on Dorado, but nonetheless, there must be some caveat to the... Okay, nice shot there. Careful, Master Boy. Could have been a feisty one here. Tricky drops extremely low. There must be a kill. Never mind. They just survive here. By the skin of their teeth. It's their kill to secure. No, the TP just in time. And Carefully is dead now. And we all know what that means when you don't have a tank.
At this point, why not just go back to our normal composition? Why not just go on to Junker Queen? I don't understand why we're so scared to do that. Because so many of these fights are just becoming brawls anyway. You may as well just play your strength, but Quick Academy have spiraled, I would say. I think Hypnos have just outlasted them.
I guess more swaps are coming in. Cleacut now onto Grad, Alku back to the Lucio, and we still see the Mauga pick in front. Envy is dead actually. Alku with a crucial pick here. No Kiriko means a lot of problem solve. Yeah, and Tricky's not gonna survive that one. The burn from Curvely gonna be an issue. And another one onto Energy as well. Well, I guess now they are finally taking over, but what a way to do it. I'm speechless. I don't know.
Yeah, well, you know what? You throw enough things at something, and something will stick. But Hypnos are about to come back with every ultimate apart from Sound Barrier. But will they touch? Big slam right onto the Lucio!
Slam.
Hold on a minute, Carefully might actually have turned this around. The high noon coming out, though, is going to change it. But Matt actually gets them. Hold on a moment. Hypnos, they're not. Surely they're not slipping this away. They've got the blade, though.
The trap! What?
What is going on? Luna is still in this one, but they've lost their ultimate and they're forming.
That's... I can't imagine that happening in a freaking grand final out of all situations. That is some crazy stuff. Absolute slapstick that we just witnessed here. They gotta get the first point too. That was like the scrappiest grand final last round I think I've ever casted in my entire career. What in the hell am I watching?
Well, Hypnos have used all their ultimates and got nothing from it. Now Cage is going to immediately get utilized. Carefully a little bit alone, but the Kitsune Rush is going to save them momentarily. Needs to drop, so doesn't get the benefit. So they have used two of their bigger ultimates with not too much, but the card could turn this around with a tire. Oh! Both supports! Both supports! Is Aimbo Kevin here giving some advice? And Luna's just getting packed up into the church, maybe trying to pray, because what is going on right now?
Energy is going ham.
Energy is, locking in. Energy's been very clutch for Hypnos in this entire Grand Finals matchup, actually. Very much an MVP candidate for Hypnos. But Quick Academy continue to push forward. Carefully so low now.
I'm not sure if that's a little bit too deep, my friend.
Yeah, at that health point, you don't want to really do that.
It was like a tad bit too early. You could have waited a little bit. If you go in that aggressive, you do make a lot of space for your team, but not in that situation. And also that stagger onto Cleacut is gonna hurt them a lot with 5 seconds ready to play. That was well, certainly a shot, but not one that had a lot of significance there, unfortunately. Master Boy looking for another shot. Not hitting it though. Well, that's gonna be the wall hex, but immediately chased down by so many AoE. Gets the kill here finally. Cleacut with a kill onto Nyx. Curvely being very troublesome here for everyone standing in the Kitsune Rush. And Energy gets taken out there. Envy though gets the kill onto Curvely. So at least you get that refrag. 15 seconds only to play. Cleacut also dead. Hypnos also sitting on a lot of ultimates. Quick Academy, that is not the position you want to see yourself in. 5 seconds. They should be able to touch this just barely, but Master Boy is already gonna go down. Beat is also in use. That was the question. What can you really do with it? Luna, with the Annihilation, you want to stay stable as much as you can. Tricky using the commotion to get the ult, and so does Energy. Gets one kill. Looking for a second one. Doesn't matter anyways. His team has everything under control. And that's gonna seal the deal. The Semper Community Showdown ends on one of the weirdest rounds we have seen in the entire tournament. Though still, congratulations to both teams, but especially for Hypnos for this fantastic tournament win.
Yeah, and it wasn't a reverse sweep, but it was near enough one. Quick Academy have been a match point for 2 maps now, and Energy have just pulled it out. What they really proved is that they are by and far the better team at both the hybrid game mode and the payload game mode, because it was very much one-sided as soon as we stepped away from control, from push, from clash. Hypno's definitely earning their stripes here, and of course earning themselves 50,000 FACEIT points, but it was not easy. it was hard earned because Quick Academy gave them such a strong fight in the end. But they are our victors of the Sunday evening. Semper has some champions here, and the FACEIT points are going to be divvied out. But it's been a long day. The players will be getting their dinners. Casters are going to be getting their dinners. Production, putting out fires left and right. They're going to be getting their dinners. And it's been a great day of Overwatch. Chris, do you have any final thoughts for everything that we've seen today?
Oh, absolutely. First of all, of course, thank you to everyone who participated in the tournament, every single player, but also a big thank you to you guys out there, and thank you for your patience despite of all the technical issues we had earlier, but we were able to sort them out together, and that's what counts in the end. Well, a fantastic day is ending here. What really looked like a quick one with many really dominant matches ended on quite the bang, and it was very, very fun also to cast by your side, Gio. I hope this is not the last time we cross paths, and well, there's not
Definitely.
much to add here other than that. So thank you
Yes.
so much
Yeah.
for tuning in. Thanks everyone in the background. And sorry, I was cutting you off. Did you want to add something?
No, I was just agreeing with you. I would love to cast with you again because it's been so long since the last time, and it's always fun to cast a different community. Semper has been one that's been going for so long, and it's communities like these that are kind of like an anchor point, especially if you look back to times of like the content drought, things like that. Back then, even though the game is in a really great spot right now, it's still communities like these that bring out these tournaments and have such a strong sense of community around them that keep the game whole. But that is it from us today. My name's Gio. I've been casting for you alongside Chris. And don't forget to laugh loud and love yourself, folks. Good night.